My process for writing plays, really, it can be sparked by anything, the initial idea. I mean, in general, I deal with issues of race and class, societal structures, uh, really the pursuit of love, not necessarily romantic, although it can be that within certain characters in certain pieces, but just in general. How do we treat each other right? Why do we feel the way we feel? How do we arrive at our conclusions? How do we change? How do we grow? How do we not? And why? So I could be watching, some cable news, or I could be on the street taking a walk, and the bus drives by with an ad for something, and it sparks an idea. Usually, for me, dialogue is first. Like a character would just start talking to me. I'll have an idea in my mind of things that I usually talk about, and then some character would just say, "Hey, blah 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 blah," and I write that down, and then another character will say, "Blah blah 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 blah," and then we're off and running. After that initial bolt of energy, then I'm like, okay, let me start to shape this. What are these characters? What is this story actually about? And from that point, I'll go back and start new and go forward until I have a draft. And this is Khari Wyatt, playwright. If you'd like to learn more about my play and the other zip code plays that my piece is a part of, and support Antaeus Theatre Company, watch this video. I think they chose podcasts right now because that's kind of the latest zeitgeist. Like a lot of places are doing audio plays, and I think it was a way for Antaeus to incorporate actors and directors and use a different form than people have been used to previously. And for me, I loved it. Actually, it was always a dream of mine to have an audio play. When I was growing up as a kid, I used to go to books. When I would go to bookstores and buy books, certain bookstores also sold tapes of old time radio shows. And I used to buy those and listen to them. I'd go home and I'd wait till the night, and I would turn off all the lights and put this tape in my boom box, and I would listen to this this audio play from 1945 or 1948 or 1955, The Shadow and Suspense Theater and all those types of things, Jack Benny. And I'm like, oh, wow, this is awesome because it sparks so much imagination in the listener. What are they wearing? What do they look like? How tall is that guy? What does that woman really look like? What kind of car is that drove, that you heard the horn honk? What's actually happening in the city? What's that block look like? What's that house look like? So it really, even though you're getting a story and you're getting a beginning, middle, and end, and you have all the sound effects and whatever music cues are involved, it really, in an easy way, makes the listener a part of the story. You're in that club. You're in that house when that burglar comes. You are next to that ghost who is next to the guy who you're listening to. You're in that field when the aliens are coming down. So it makes the listener a part of the story. You're an actor in that story. Your imagination is drawing you into that story, and it's because it's just voices and effects. So it was always a dream of mine. So when I got selected, I was overjoyed because I had been thinking actually doing on my own and fund it. And lo and behold, this opportunity came. And so thank God. The idea came originally, Kitty Swink and Bill Brockstrup, the artistic directors of the Antaeus, put out a call to the Playwrights Lab that they were going to be doing audio plays based around zip codes in Los Angeles. And the idea basically was to give people slices of different areas of the city, slices of life from different areas of the city. And I chose for my pitch, South Central Los Angeles, predominantly black area of town, black, brown area of town. I felt like that was a place I would like to focus my story. And so I submitted the pitch by the deadline, which was this past summer in July. And I was blessed to be selected. And from there, the idea basically came about because I read a book by Donald Bogle, who's a historian, film and television historian, black man, called Bright Boulevard, Bold Dreams. And the book basically encapsulated the history of Black Hollywood from the 1920s up until like the late 1950s, and all the people in and around Black Hollywood, and all the businesses and business owners and things such as that in this section of Central Avenue around the Dunbar Hotel specifically, which was like the hub of Black life in Los Angeles, up through about the late 40s, in the early 50s, until integration happened. And then people started to, drift to other parts of the city to live, to go to clubs on Sunset Strip and other places in Los Angeles, which kind of killed the community. A lot of businesses closed down and things just changed. People moved out of the neighborhood. Things went downhill. Crime got raised up by that. And so I thought of that book, and I'm like, you know what? Let me talk about people of that time period, the late 50s, when things had changed, and just give people a slice of life of a few characters from this neighborhood. And so that's where the idea came from, originally out of that book, and wanting to incorporate that area of the city and incorporate also a little bit of history, not just of that area, but of America in that time period. It's about a Black man who wants to be an author, who went to Paris and returns from Paris after a year and a half, and finds the wife that he left is not the same woman that he left behind. And so that's the crux of it. And what happens when he returns and finds that his wife is different, has changed, has been changed by what's going on in America, and her reaction to how he has changed from actually pursuing his dream somewhere else without her, and then returning into the mix. I would love for the audience to get out of the play a sense of the time, the late 1950s, in this particular community, how things changed in the broad sense, how individuals could have been affected in another sense because of the racism of the time, because of the roadblocks to opportunities, to dreams, and also historical context for what's going on in America in a broader sense. Without giving away too much, part of what's going on in the play is related to the Montgomery bus boycott in Alabama. And there's a plot point that deals with what's happening in South Central and its relation to the Montgomery bus boycott in Alabama. So I want people to get a sense of the time and space, the racial climate, the social climate, through these individual characters, and how much is relatable to what's going on today. Unfortunately, although a lot of things have gotten better, the undergird of racism has remained. And now it seems like we're going a little bit, not even a little bit, we're going backwards. And now it's become suitable again for the racists to be loud about it. And we have someone in the White House who's supposedly supposed to be the leader of America, who purposely, I believe he is a white nationalist, and this is why he does what he does. But at the very least, wants to curry favor with white nationalism because they support him. And because they support him, he doesn't want to do anything or say anything against that. I think that he doesn't say anything against it because he is that. As the Department of Justice lawsuit against him and his father for housing discrimination all the way back in the 70s attests. So that's what I want people to get out of it. How things, the climate of the times, and how it's relatable to today. The other playwrights, I've known them through the Playwrights Lab, so I know how extremely talented they are. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how they handle the subject matter in their plays. Angela J. Davis, Nana Agrawal, Deb Hiett, Alex Goldberg, and Steve Surpass. And their zip codes run the gamut from Santa Monica Sun Valley, Pacific Palisades, downtown Los Angeles, and Westwood. And there are various. Some are magical realism, some are historical, and I'm really looking forward to see how they handled those stories. I don't want to give away their stuff, but I just wanted to mention them because there's some besides my play, there's 5 other great plays that are coming to you. I would love for the audience to come and find my play and the other Zip Code plays, because what you're going to get is a diverse group of voices in age, ethnicity, talking about various characters specific to the zip codes that they deal with and the areas of town that they deal with in Los Angeles. And if you're an Angeleno, some things are going to be familiar. You're going to learn some things about areas of the city that you didn't know. And if you're from out of the city, across the country, you're going to learn some stuff about Los Angeles, historical things some things I was surprised to learn in other people's plays. And so I feel like you're going to get a diverse body, age, gender, ethnicity, and some really compelling characters. And within those characters and extending outward, stories that pull you in. Hey, this is Khari Wyatt, playwright. And I just want you to come and support the Zip Code plays produced by Antaeus Theatre Company, debuting on November 12th on various podcast systems, Spotify, Apple, and also on the Antaeus website. And you can hear slices of Los Angeles through myself and 5 other wonderful plays from 5 other playwrights who are based here in Los Angeles and doing theater here in Los Angeles. And we would love your support.
And so I think the arts have a power to make us better human beings and better communicators with ourselves and with those around us. I mean, it's a cliche thing to say that the arts are a mirror of society, but I think it's a cliche because it's true. So, and in terms of supporting the arts, I mean, support can mean a lot of things, right? For the fortunate few, it means financially supporting. In this particular instance, with the zip code plays, these are being rolled out free of charge to anyone who wants to hear them in this audio format. And I do think that, again, I mean, there is a gift that is being given to Los Angeles through that. It's something to talk about. It's something to experience, even though we can experience it in the privacy of our own homes. Hi, I'm Angela J. Davis. I'm a Los Angeles-based writer, and it was my sheer joy to be one of the authors of the Zip Code plays. I think what Antaeus did, which I really appreciate, was they looked around and thought, so much is happening with Zoom theater, and as great as it is that people are doing that, maybe we should try something a little different. And what they decided, I mean, you'll have to talk to them to get their version of it, but from my vantage point, what it looked like they were deciding was to do something that could be done in the COVID environment, but would still be theater at the highest levels. And so they decided to produce a series of radio plays. And they called on members of the lab, the playwrights who were already members of the lab, to submit proposals for individual plays. And I really owe a debt of gratitude to Antaeus, because I didn't really have it in my head to be writing a play specifically for radio. But when they put out the call, I just thought, oh, this is a great opportunity. Around the same time that they put out the call, there were massive demonstrations about social justice and historical wrongs that needed to be addressed, including with the toppling of statues. And I've always been fascinated by statues. And of course, they're all over Central Park in New York. But they're also in Los Angeles. They're not as plentiful, but we do have statues in Los Angeles, including in downtown LA, in front of the original train station, Union Station in downtown LA. There was a very large statue of Father Junipero Serra, who's a controversial person right now, but regardless of how you view Junipero Serra, it's undeniable that he had a profound impact on California history. Practically every city name and state name is traceable to the Spanish conquest and Junipero Serra's missions. And his statue was toppled by protesters in June of this year. And I was kind of fascinated by the statues in our midst and how they impact our consciousness. And I was also fascinated by the good and the bad that can flow from historical people in history who tried to do good. And so what happens in the play is a little bit of magic. Around the same time that Junipero Serra's statue was toppled, interestingly enough, there was a comet circling the atmosphere called, wonderfully named comet called the Neo-Wise. Okay. The Neo-Wise comet was also kind of close to California, right around the time that Junipero Serra's statue was toppled. And it's gorgeous. I mean, if you see pictures of it from capable photographers, it's quite a scene just to see the comet up in the sky looking like it might be headed for Earth. And so in my play, it's a bit of a fantasy with a kernel of seriousness. But what happens is the comet, in fact, stirs up the particulate atmosphere of Los Angeles, and some of the statues in Los Angeles, including Junipero Serra, who's been knocked to the ground, come back to life. And the play is about what happens next after the statues come back to life. I tried to keep it fun, and I will say that I hope the actors and directors had fun working on it. And it's also, there's a kernel of seriousness. I think the best comedy does have a kernel of seriousness. So I hope that that's there and that people see it. And I just, I hope people enjoy it. This was an embarrassment of riches. I just felt incredibly fortunate to be part of this project. And starting with the Antaeus Company, which I've already talked about and which I love, and love them just as an audience member, just purely as a consumer. I think they're a wonderful, wonderful company. And I would go to see their plays and have gone to see their plays before I was at all working with them. I'll start with the director, Steve Robman, who I have worked with before, is just a terrific theater director who also has a tremendous amount of experience in television. If you pick any primetime TV show from about the mid-90s onward, he probably directed it, at least one or two episodes. The first time that I met Steve, I was actually even a little bit worried because I knew the caliber of people that he had worked with before. And I was a little nervous about meeting his standards. But he's an incredibly hard worker. He's got decades of experience in both theater and film. He's directed main stage productions at Antaeus and also at the Geffen in Los Angeles and at East Coast theaters, including the Long Wharf. And he was also a director at the O'Neill National Theatre Institute. So it's a thrill to work with him. And what's wonderful about him is that he never, ever phones it in. He is a workaholic and has the work ethic of a genius who is fresh out of college and working on his first play and making sure he makes a good impression. I mean, he's just got a consummate, terrific work ethic, which is great. And he also reads scripts incredibly closely. He would call me or text me saying, oh, you have this line here and maybe you could set it up a little bit better, or there's an inconsistency, and just going over the script with a fine-tooth comb many times, which is a gift, I think, to a writer. Some writers get irritated with that. I view it as this gift to me that a director is reading my script so closely. The actors, so it's a cast of 3, and Abigail Marks, or Abby Marks, plays Clara Shortridge Foltz. I've seen Abby in other productions at Antaeus and also at South Coast Repertory. She's a terrific actress, great Shakespearean actress, and can do comedy and serious drama, which is one thing that I was looking for, because Clara Shortridge Foltz was essentially, I like to think of her as the mother of the California justice system. She was California's first female lawyer. And so she has kind of a 19th century spirit about her. But at the same time, she's very much ahead of her time. She is obviously in favor of women having the vote, but she's also in favor of women being lawyers and being able to be licensed as lawyers and enter a courtroom, which was not permissible. That was an avenue not open to women until she came along. She's a true historical figure. That's who Abby plays. And I knew she would be terrific, and it was a joy to work with her. Father Junipero Serra, who does come back to life, is played by Tony Amendola, another just terrific Shakespearean actor. And one of the things about Father Junipero Serra is I tried to give him his own voice. He is a historical figure right now who's getting attention and a lot of opinion, defending him, attacking him, and there's a lot, there's a lot being said on all sides of Junipero Serra. And what I tried to do in the play is let him speak for himself, and I tried very hard to give him a voice that would be his own. And that's kind of what I tried to do with him. And I also, the play begins with him having been knocked to the ground and waking up inside his statue. So he's in a little bit of pain and discomfort. He's also been asleep inside his statue for a very long time. So it's news to him that California is no longer part of Spain. And I tried to give him his own voice. And then there is, of course, a talking bear. It's Kelly-Duarte, and who's wonderful, who has this larger than life. He is a newer member of Antaeus, and I had actually not known his work before. And Antaeus suggested him to both the director and myself, saying, "Oh, he's perfect for this. He's perfect." And there is something about Kelly that indeed is just perfect for this role, because he's a big guy, which obviously doesn't necessarily come across in a radio play. But I think you can sort of feel both in the way that he handled the role and also in him as a person. You can feel this sort of solidity and heft. And the other thing that I loved about Kelly is I watched a reel of his other work, and he can be scary and a little threatening and menacing, like a giant bear, which this is. But he also has this wonderful warmth about him, and this humor and this love for life, which is what the character needed. And I think Kelly was terrific in bringing those things to the role. And I think he was having fun with it, which I hope all actors have fun with my writing, but particularly a talking bear, you want that actor to be having a good time with the role. And I did notice in rehearsals, he seemed to be having fun with the role and really embracing it. And the bear, I will say that the bear is kind of the soul of the play. And the bear has a lot to say to the human counterparts. And he has some criticisms of them. But he also has some wisdom. He has big ears. And he's been listening to a lot of things for a very long time. The bear is kind of the soul of the play, and he's a little bit childish. He is an animal, but he's an animal who talks. And the play explains how he got to talk. I hope that they enjoy it. And if there is a serious message in the play, there's something that the bear tells the humans to do at the end of the play, and it's a very simple message. The bear is in some ways better than us, right? I sometimes think animals are better than humans in their innocence and honesty. Obviously, animals didn't write the Ninth Symphony or get a rocket ship to Mars, and there are ways in which human intelligence and creativity are irreplaceable. But there's an innocence and a childlike zest for life that animals have, and this character has that. And I kind of give him a message at the end, and also Clara has a little bit of a follow-up message that Serra joins her in. They end up agreeing with each other about something. So I think in the final moments of the play, there's kind of a little kernel of seriousness. I hope that they enjoy it. The play is written to be enjoyed. And there's I think, a sweet and life-affirming message at the end. I'm looking forward to all of them. I have great respect for these other writers, and I'm really grateful to be among them. I can't wait. I feel like I'm an audience member here just as much as anyone else, because I have not. I know as much as you know about the other plays. I've seen the descriptions that are online, and I know who the actors are. There are some terrific actors in those other plays, and there are some terrific writers and directors behind them. So I'm really looking forward to all of that. The one other thing that I will just mention is one commonality through all the plays is Jeff Gardner, the sound designer, who is a genius. He's done magnificent work, and I was thrilled to get a chance to work with him because I knew his work from LA Theatre Works, and purely as a consumer and an audience member, I absolutely adore LA Theatre Works. And Jeff had done, and I think still does, a lot of the sound effects for LA Theatre Works, and he's just an absolute master. And the way that he does it, you really feel like this moment is unfolding in front of you. And, whether it's the clink of dinnerware or glasses of wine between two characters or a car starting. So I'm really looking forward to hearing not only the plays, but also Jeff's work. And there's also there's music going through the plays. I'm really looking forward to hearing that. It was really an amazing undertaking. One of the things that was done was, because of COVID, the actors were not going to go into a studio, right? Which is normally what you would do if you were going to record professional quality radio plays. You would have them in a sound studio. Jeff built these contraptions, which was kind of like a little box on top of a tripod, so that the actor would sound isolated, and so that the subliminal noises that none of us would ever notice would be identical as between the different actors, even though they were in different locations. I mean, it was really terrific. And there's actually there's a video on the Antaeus website right now about that process. And I think it's fascinating that they were able to do that. I think that one of the wonderful things that Antaeus has done here is they have found a way to make theater, and to make it at a time when it's very difficult because of COVID-19 and the limitations that all of us have. And it's really a gift that they are giving to Los Angeles. These plays are free, by the way. There's no charge for viewing the plays. I believe they got a grant there was a generous grant from a nonprofit organization that helped them with the professional quality rendering of these readings. But it's really kind of a gift that's there for the taking, because the plays will be available on their website, and also on major podcast platforms. You don't have to buy a ticket. You don't have to leave your house. And there's some of the most wonderful actors and directors and sound engineer that you can find got together to do this. So it's a generous thing that they're doing. Hi, I'm Angela J. Davis. I'm a Los Angeles-based writer, and it was my sheer joy to be one of the authors of the Zip Code plays. And they are going to be available beginning November 12th for free to anyone who wants to hear them. on the Antaeus Theatre Company website, as well as on all major podcast platforms.
What attracts me to the form of plays, in a weird way, I feel you can almost do anything in a play, which is odd because in a film, of course, you can do anything, but you're so removed from it with a film, whereas in theater, when you go to a play and they do something really theatrical, it's transcendent. It changes you. And so I love that element of playwriting. That said, not all of my plays have, magical moments or amazing theatrical tricks. But there is something about writing for a space in a certain amount of time that things happen right in front of people that feels like a puzzle that I need to solve. And I love puzzles. Hi, I'm Deb Hiett. And if you'd like to learn a little bit about me and my podcast play, please continue to watch this video. So when the prompt went out to propose this, I felt really excited. And that was also nice to feel excited about an opportunity this year like this. And then to be selected for it was just a lifesaver. When I first moved to Los Angeles from New York, I was working for a while as a organizer, like a personal organizer. People would hire me to come and it ran the gamut. But there was one woman that hired me, and she lived in one of those high-rise apartments in Westwood, and she was lovely. And she was probably in her mid-80s, had lived a very small but happy life, and for a very long time in this apartment. And so she had hired me to help go through a bunch of stuff that she had accumulated over the years. And so I got to know her a little bit, and I was surprised that she could have been living in any little college town in anywhere. Her world really was limited to UCLA, where she'd worked for her whole career, and her apartment. And it was fine. She was she was very happy and it was fine. But it was interesting because I think, well, you live in LA, you have this broad in all these broad interests, and you go here and go there, and you have all these interesting friends, and her world was very small, and it always sort of stuck with me. And there's a little bit of a running theme in my work of awakening people who have been maybe sleepwalking through their life a little bit, and fine, but something happens that makes them realize that there is a lot more to life, or there's a bigger world out there than they might have realized, or they need to be awakened to some aspect of their world that is keeping them from being happy. Earlier this year, a friend of mine had attended a peaceful protest that had turned not peaceful. And his experience in the aftermath of just understanding how volatile the situation can be, who are the good guys and who are the bad guys, how a movement can be hijacked, how people who are trying to keep the peace maybe have other motives, and just how fraught those situations can be. And so I thought of, what if there was a woman who was older who maybe wanted to get involved for the companionship as much as anything, who wanted to feel like part of a bigger movement, and really did not understand how complicated things would get. And so that was sort of the kernel of Westwood. And when I learned that the FBI headquarters, an FBI headquarter office is in Westwood, I thought, oh yeah, that's my neighborhood for this play. I felt compelled to write it because there's this great saying, if you genuinely need to tell a story, there's genuinely someone who needs to hear it. And this year, I also learned, I created an addendum for that, which is, if you don't know what to say, maybe it's time to just listen. So for many months, I was not writing. I just didn't know what to say, and realized that I had to just listen and try to evaluate and allow for my own kind of waking up, coming to terms with all kinds of aspects of my life. And it was the story that I really wanted to tell, that I felt that compulsion to tell, that I hadn't felt really for the whole year. And so I'm so grateful that I had this opportunity to tell it and have it be brought to life with such immediacy and also with such professionalism at Antaeus. It's just amazing. So yeah, I think that it's a big year for people waking up, and it seems like it's an opportunity, even if it feels like a crisis. It's maybe both, but it's certainly going to be different going forward, and we get to choose how engaged we want to be and can be, and feel the obligation to be as engaged as we can be. Working with the director, Carolyn Ratteray, was so helpful. It really is such a process. This is another part of theater that I appreciate so much, is the collaborative aspect of it. Film is also collaborative, but in a very different way for the writer. And so I appreciate how respectful everyone is of the process of writing, but also taking what I have and elevating it and taking it to different places that I hadn't even fully considered. It was also a very abbreviated development period, just by necessity. So I also appreciated working with really smart people who can very carefully, but with straightforward energy, get to the point and say, here's what I think. What do you think about this? And it just allowed for a great back and forth. And I like to work quickly, so that worked out. And then when we got the actors involved, I mean, it's always just such a joy to have great actors and just hear the words in their mouth. I mean, you can't, it always just takes it up another level. I keep saying elevated, but it's true. It just feels like it takes it to a new level. And once you start to hear that actor in your head, then when you go back to rewrite, it's like, oh, you can start to really get a feel for how they would say it and have a sense of that very clearly in your mind. I think that's some of the music training too in my life, of just hearing it, and it's a symphony. And so you're just trying to put in all the different instruments at the right time and hopefully at the right volume. But yeah, it was amazing. The whole team was amazing. Jeff also just his magic with sound design. So I'm so excited for everyone to hear it. Writing for a podcast versus a regular play is interesting. And in particular, for this piece, I wanted to not go down the traditional path of what I have in my head as a radio play, but more present the story in a series of digital files. And by that, I mean, these are all clips that would be in a digital file that the FBI might have on you or me. And so in this world of surveillance, that could be a file that was taken from someone's Alexa. It could be taken from a handheld recorder. It could be taken from a room mic in an interrogation room. But there's no interstitial information between these two files. It's really just listening to these clips and piecing the story together as it goes. So that idea really appealed to me when I sort of thought maybe the story would work if I could tell it that way. And fortunately, Antaeus was up for the challenge of putting that together, since it is a little bit different. So, but yeah, I think in general, listening to a story versus having the advantage of seeing it, it's a wonderful way of telling a story. It's very different. So, how do you infuse those nuances just by listening? It's fascinating, and it was super fun. I want the audience to be entertained first and foremost. I would love it if the audience hung on to the story for a while, if it stuck with them, if it makes them think. I don't want to say too specifically because I don't want to spoil it. But I do think we're at such a specific time in history, and how much we get involved in the world around us, even if it's our neighborhood, and with people that we care about, and extending ourselves for those people and those things that we hold dear, those causes and projects. And I think it's important for people to evaluate that for themselves, and make those decisions, and then decide how to act if they choose to act. So if it makes somebody think about that even a little bit, that would be great. I am looking forward to picturing each neighborhood as I'm listening to this. Now, I say that knowing that my play is not exactly a travelogue of Westwood. It's not about Westwood specifics in the neighborhood, although there are a little bit it is. But I'm looking forward to, there's so many different disparate neighborhoods represented in the series, and I haven't read any of the other pieces. So I'm really looking forward to just listening and doing a mental drive-by of all these different areas, some of which I'm not that familiar with. And it's certainly exciting to imagine how they might be represented. So I'm just looking forward to it. People must listen to these, because what else are you going to be doing? It's like, why not? They're less than 30 minutes each. They're free, and they'll take you away. They will take you away from the mental anguish of living your life, of the stresses of everyday existence these days. It's an opportunity to disappear into another world for a little bit. Who wouldn't want that? Who wouldn't want that? I'm Deb Hiett, and if you enjoyed this conversation, please check out antaeus.org and learn more about how to see and hear these zip code plays.
One thing that audiences can do, and you can do, and this is a win-win situation, is when these zip code plays are released, is to download and listen to them. Give them your time. They're going to be free. You don't have to pay for them. And in this age and time, something that's free that was fully professionally produced is a gift. But it's win-win in that we need an audience, and we're putting it out there in the ether, and we need you to come listen to it. That's how we survive. And it's not about money, obviously, because we're not making it off of this and you're not paying for it. So it's the ultimate in true art, you're going to get an experience. And so I hope you get to listen to them all, and start with mine and see how you go from there. But then listen to them all. Hi, my name is Alex Goldberg, and if you want to learn more about me as a playwright or my play Annexing the Palisades, watch this video. As for the zip code plays, it was a wonderful idea because in this time, as I call them, coronial times, we don't have the outlet of theater. And, Zoom plays readings are a great option, but I believe we're all getting Zoom fatigue. And, a lot of us are working on Zoom. And then, one of the joys of theater pre-coronial times was you got to leave your computer behind and sit in front of real people. And we're losing that with Zoom. It's still better than nothing, and I do appreciate it. But the radio plays was a great alternative. They were going to take plays specifically designed to be broadcast as a radio play and design it completely. Jeff Gardner is doing the production design. He's fantastic on all 6 plays. And so it was a great opportunity to create something that could exist as a stage play, but also would be initially performed as a radio play. So they opened up this idea to the lab members, the playwrights in lab, of which at the time there were, I believe, 40 something. And they said, we're going to take 6 ideas. Whoever wants to pitch, you could pitch it. And they, commissioned the play from us, contracted it from us. And we went from there. So I was very fortunate that my idea was chosen, and I was happy to write it from that point on. My specific play in the zip code plays is called Annexing the Palisades. And it came from a very real and sordid place in Los Angeles' history. I'm a big history buff. I was an American Studies major in college, and I've been in LA now for nearly a decade, and just love finding out little quirky details. And LA, like any major city, probably more than many major cities, has a lot of dirt under there. I mean, it's part of the sheen of Hollywood. And Annexing the Palisades is inspired by the truthful activities that took place at what is called the Murphy Ranch. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but the Murphy Ranch is a compound in the Palisades that was built in the 30s. And this is going to be a bit of a spoiler for the play, but it was built by a couple of wealthy people, initially from Chicago, who were building a compound that was to be self-sustaining. Most people believe it was to ride out the war, World War II. They knew war was coming and the chaos that followed it. And because they were Nazi sympathizers, they believed that the country was going to fall into chaos. Some believe that they were actually building a winter home for Hitler. They thought that when the war was over, Hitler would want to winter in Los Angeles. So that was what the compound was going to be. That's a bit far-fetched, but there's no real proof of that, but it's feasible. It is definitely true that these people were among the neo-Nazi movement, the alt-right, as we would call them today. And it was fascinating to me because, racism and anti-Semitism never goes away completely. It gets buried from time to time. And in enlightened eras, sometimes people do learn about how to not be racist to people. But it was fascinating to know that even then, even leading up to World War II, there were a good number of people in this country who sided with the Germans. I mean, we've seen it a lot in the recent The Plot Against America series that was based on the great Philip Roth novel that covers that ground. But that was the inspiration for my play. And being Jewish, anti-Semitism is there. It always is. You hear about it, and you hope it goes away, but it keeps coming back. The play is about Winona and Norman Stevens, who own this big house in the Palisades, and they hire a wood craftsman named Joseph Kurtz to come in and give them an estimate on a fantastic balustrade or banister that they want carved that's in their main foyer. So that's how the play starts, and these are the 3 characters that are in the play. The couple wants the banister, and Kurtz wants to build it for them. But then as we learn more and more, it becomes much more of a difficult endeavor. It's always been a joy to work with Antaeus actors, and this is no exception. And so first off, I was paired up with great Ann Noble. She's a fantastic actor and director. And ironically, one of the first performers I saw when I moved to Los Angeles. I saw her in a one-woman show about Barack Obama's mother, and she was amazing, fantastic. And who knew that, a decade later I'd be working with her. So she was great. She loved the piece, and we sat down and came up with an amazing cast list. And like, well, we can go with this person, we can go with that person, we can go with this person. There's so many great actors to choose from. The only caveat was that because of the nature of the recording, we couldn't use real life couples because they were going to be recorded on these fancy systems that were sent to their houses. And you could only have the bandwidth, one person, at a time in a house. So our lead actress is Nikki Dukas, and she is really marvelous and fantastic. She's also an actor director who nailed the part. When she did a first read, I thought it felt like she had worked on it for a month. She was really fantastic. Playing her husband is Harry Groner, who's one of the original founders of Antaeus, another one of my favorite actors. He works all the time in really wonderful stuff. Like me, he spent a lot of time in New York before coming out here, but just a really fantastic actor. He was great. And then our third actor is Adrian Lattrell. And I had not known him before, but I'd seen him perform, and I was just taken by his ability to, some actors can really show a lot of gravity and emotion while not really giving you anything. You know what I mean? Like they're just fascinating to look at, and they have such depth without giving you too much. And he is like that. You watch him and you are mesmerized by what he's doing. Unfortunately, you won't be able to watch him, but you'll be able to hear it in his voice. He's really just he carries a lot of gravity with him, and it's fantastic. The benefit of doing this production as a podcast is that it gets to be experienced in a fun, new way. Now, radio plays are not new and podcasts are not new, but to be able to stage a show where the environment is completely created around you, be it in the example of my play, construction in the background, and not just construction, but what does construction sound like in 1939? And music, there's music worked into the play itself. There's an old radio from the 30s that gets some use. So to be able to bring in these elements and have it be heard the way it should be heard in a very organic way is just a wonderful experience. And it was a great joy to write with that in mind, to be able to not only just write a play that can stand up on its own on stage, but also to think about that element, that sense you're hearing. You can only focus on hearing. What do you get to hear? It was a great challenge for me and a lot of fun, and I look forward to hearing how it turns out. And of course, we have a composer who's tying all of the pieces together, all 6 plays, and she is doing, altering themes for each play and stuff. But that's just gonna be great. Just compose music to go along with it. It's gonna be a fun experience. I would like the audience to take a few things from this play. One, hopefully to be entertained by it and to feel the gravity of the moments as they unfold. But 2, also to realize that your neighbors may not be who you think they are. I think everyone has skeletons in their closet. Some of them are obvious and some of them are not so obvious. And, when you think about upscale neighborhoods like the Palisades, you have certain ideas in mind. One of it is wealth and great taste, and that does come into play here. But then there are other things which you may not have considered, and hopefully you'll think about that more after the play is over. There are a few things that excite me about this entire Zip Code play series. One is I love LA, and I love hearing about the neighborhoods that I don't know things about. Everyone has a cursory knowledge of certain neighborhoods. Some people who've been there their whole lives or for decades have, much more in-depth knowledge. But you think certain things about neighborhoods, there's this type of food here, there's these type of people who live here, that sort of thing. But looking forward to learning more, digging in deeper. And the other thing I'm looking forward to is just hearing from the other 5 immensely talented writers. There are dozens of great writers in the Antaeus Playwrights Lab, dozens. And making this decision must not have been easy. And the other writers that they picked are fantastic. I want to hear what they have to say. I can't wait to hear it. And it's going to be in their voice. It's not going to be a uniformity to the storytelling between all 6 stories, other than the fact that there's a time limit and they're a radio play. But otherwise, it's going to be, I'm going to, listen in and be like, what's Khari going to say? What's Angela J. Davis or Deb or Steve but like, what are they going to say? I can't wait to hear. Audiences must listen to the Zip Code play to get good storytelling and to give their eyes a break. We are all looking at screens all the time. If it is not your computer screen right now, it's the TV news, which is certainly a fantastic soap opera in itself right now, but this is a little more escapism, and this is just your ears. You're going to listen to a story. You can do it on a walk. You can do it in your car. You can do it at home. You don't need me to tell you where to listen to podcasts, but you get to hear a fully fleshed out story with fantastic actors and great design using just one sense. Hi, my name is Alex Goldberg, and I am the playwright of Annexing the Palisades, which is part of the Zip Code play series at Antaeus Theatre Company. You can find the podcast and download it for free at antaeus.org.
I think, why must somebody listen to the Zip Code plays? I think it's, for me, as somebody who's been writing plays for a good amount of time now, it sounded truly novel, which is, I think that's hard to come by. Is, there's lots of good ideas and ideas that have a light different bent to them or a slant. This one really just struck me, both in its medium, in its structure, in all the ways that when you tell a story, it's like, wow, you really are telling a story that is going to be informed somewhat by the parameters that are suggested to you. So, for example, one of the things that I really loved about this piece, because it really stretched my writing muscles, was there's no visual cues, right? It's a podcast. But beyond that, there's no stage directions. So things that I would take for granted that could be explained, or that could be somewhat, I guess stage directions could be kind of a crutch in the way exposition might be when you're writing. You had to do away with that. So it really activated the characters. I went through a lot of changes to see like what made sense, because when you don't have, the visual cues to help support the audio cues, it can be confusing to a listener, an audience member. So yeah, I think that for me is a reason, is like probably one of the most compelling reasons to listen to the Zip Code plays. Hi, I am Naina Agrawal. If you want to learn more about me, my play Plucker, and the Zip Code series in which Plucker takes place, please stay tuned. So my play for the Zip Code Plays series with Antaeus Theatre called Plucker is loosely based on a true story where I was kind of brought to justice. In that there is an association that kind of gently polices those who pick flowers or fruits or what have you. And so I had plucked a lemon from a tree that was hanging over into an alleyway, and somebody brought it to my attention that they're hosting this meeting, and I went to the meeting to be kind of gently reprimanded. It wasn't even a reprimand, but I thought it was actually a great excuse to meet people and meet the community, but I'd never been in a space where there was so much attention paid to something that felt so harmless and even humorous to me. I came from North Hollywood, one of the neighborhoods where we constantly had police patrolling our streets at all times. There's all sorts of illicit activity happening on my block in particular. So to come to a neighborhood that was as focused on issues such as fruit plucking or flower plucking just really, really tickled me. And I thought it was very specific to my initiation into that community. So I kind of took a hyperbolic look at it in Plucker. So the arc of Plucker is essentially a character, a female protagonist who is new to Santa Monica, is kind of going through an initiation or a hazing of sorts in a kind of serio-comedic way where she's been caught on CCTV or somebody's security camera plucking some fruit and is being formally reprimanded by the Flora and Fauna Association of Santa Monica. And it becomes a very much a conversation in the Downton Abbey form of the us versus them, those above, those below, all over some fruits being picked. And so along one side of this beautiful living room in which these trials are being hosted are the perps or the pluckers. And on the other side are those who are the plaintiffs and or the harvesters. So the idea is to kind of, gently poke fun, but also take a look at the things that we value in society and how there's some common ground, but also how these things can sometimes push us further apart. I think it's my first time writing for a podcast format, and it was really incredible. One, because it was trying something new, but also because of the pandemic. All the steps that you have to take that are somewhat unconventional, in that all the actors and I, we met by Zoom, and the sound designer and everyone involved, the artistic directors, the sound equipment would get sent to each actor's home, and they would have to kind of set up their own, simulate a sound space, and the sound designer would walk them through what's the best space in terms of acoustics and what have you. So just learning that and seeing how this operated in a time when I think the pandemic has really turned how we operate on its ear was really fascinating. It was really interesting. But again, to underscore the point about Antaeus and my experience with it, just very community minded. Everybody wanted to make everybody's job a little bit easier. And it wasn't just about what is my specific role as an actor, as a writer, as the director, as the sound designer. It was, how can I help this actor, or what would make it easier for the sound designer? And it's very much, I think, speaks to theater, to community, and to the mission of Antaeus Theatre. Marcello, Virulin, Kavi were all actors in my piece, and I knew of their work even beforehand. I didn't know them all personally necessarily, but I knew of them and I'd seen their work, and so I was just delighted. As I said earlier, Antaeus really brings together people who have been professionally acting forever, have these incredible credits and plaudits to their name, and are so committed to furthering theater, our professional community, both either. So I was really excited about the diversity of their backgrounds, their experiences, and that they would, give their time and talent to this project. My director is just lovely. Jonathan is somebody who's been on my radar for some time. And so when the artistic directors kindly involved me in selecting a director, I, like them, was 100% gung-ho on Jonathan. And he, just like everyone else, did so much with so little. And yeah, I'm really excited about the final product. I'd love for the audience to get a good laugh out of the play. I think, beyond the play, the series, and beyond the series, Antaeus Theatre, I think it's a moment to really reflect, especially right now with all that's happening in our world, with the election, with all the natural disasters in California, the fires in particular come to mind, with the role of theater and what that can do, and just the human condition. I think that this series is very much about, where you are physically, being present in the moment. And as somebody who has lived in 5 or 6 neighborhoods in LA in the 5 years I've been in LA, I can tell you it's, every neighborhood, as we know, is so distinct and creates its own space and sense of self and sense of community. And I'm hoping the zip code plays, really bring that to the forefront and hopefully make us all feel a little bit more heartened and inspired by people's experiences, fictional or otherwise. And my personal wish would be that we share these stories with others in a way to connect and further community. I would be honored and delighted to see the zip code plays produced. I think when I met with the playwrights and all the actors in the collective, like we all had a kind of a Zoom chat. It was so lovely to hear everyone's experiences, and I think we all laughed about all the unconventional takes and the scrappiness of things that we had to do to make this happen on finite budgets and resources, as one is probably used to in theater anyway. But I think this just felt so special because of, again, this kind of unprecedented time in our world and any limitations that has imposed and hampering theater and its ability to be seen, heard, experienced. So I really, really enjoyed it. And yeah, if there's an opportunity for it to be produced, I think I would just be so enchanted by that. Hi, I'm Naina Agrawal. Thank you so much for joining me in this conversation. Please visit us at antaeus.org to hear the zip code plays, and looking forward to staying in touch.
Why must viewers listening to the Zip Code plays, why they must listen, is because this is a unique pairing of this particular company's great actors and sound engineer, Foley artist, sound design. It's a unique kind of blend of fictional storytelling paired with playwriting I think it's unique in that way. I don't feel fictional podcasting going as far right now as non-fictional podcasting, and this lays a claim to being a very unique, winnable, and very wonderful way to sort of stay on the fictional side of things and give people an experience that they'll want more of. So the zip code plays idea was an idea that was sort of born before to when the Playwrights Lab was just when they were in another space in North Hollywood, to bring together the Playwrights Lab and the actors in mass. So it's something we've done before in a much more casual one-night environment, invitation-only environment. And it was something that worked out really well. It was really kind of rambunctious how many people were involved in it the first time. And so I wasn't surprised when they brought it back. Of course, they brought it back because the pandemic prevents us from producing plays in person right now. How can we still stay strong and tell stories together while we're apart? And so they reintroduced the zip code play idea with a call for entries, meaning any person in the lab, the Playwrights Lab, could submit an idea by deadline this past summer to participate. I'm like, well, let me pick something else, you know. And I think when you think of a zip code in LA, there's many that seem like the obvious choice, maybe Hollywood or downtown or Santa Monica or the beach or wherever you want to pick. And so I always triangulate off of the least obvious choice, like what wouldn't people pick? And what do I find out about that? And, you know, I threw a couple of ideas at them. You know, I almost wrote about Descanso Gardens and La Cañada, you know, and there's so many things I think you could throw into the Descanso Gardens up there. But we decided with Sun Valley because I had just been to the auto junkyard up there to find parts for a car I've been putting together over the summer. It's been a hobby of putting this car together. I bought for a few grand and I've just been putting money into it all summer. It works. It's great. We're taking on vacation this week. Like anything, sometimes of the moment, you put together things from ideas in your current life. And then the play, as you may have read the log line of it, is about two people who have low vision, who could barely see, who end up going to find a part for a car that they want to drive in this auto lot. And I wanted to present the idea of working with people with who had a visual impairment because I work for the Braille Institute during the day. And, you know, there's not enough awareness of what we can do in our lives to eliminate barriers for people who have low to no vision. You know, it's people, you know, and it also hits people when they lose their vision later in life. There's all kinds of things that people go through that are emotional, and you want to hang on to the things you were doing. And so I took some of those ideas and I said, you know what, there are still some people who lose their vision who still have a car license, who still probably want to drive those few last times that they have a car license. And like, wouldn't this be funny and odd to do this meet cute of people who used to know each other through the center? I didn't want to use Braille I wanted to be like the blind center where one taught the other, and one was blind back then and now the other's blind, and then they go in together and use their skills in this unique friendship to find a car part. So that's kind of how that came together. It's just kind of some quick alchemy of things that were in my life, or as Viola Spolin and others might say, objects in the immediate environment. So, and it goes deeper. It's a friendship. It's a teacher and student relationship that gets flipped. And you don't know it also as they talk, because it's really Martha's story. It's two people in their early 50s. who's newly going blind, comes back to meeting Billy, who she taught years ago when he was first going blind in his early 20s, and she was a little older than he was. And his life has just gotten better, and hers has gotten worse in certain ways. And it's just kind of what's shared and what's known in the disability world is access intimacy of somebody who could be almost a complete stranger who only knew you once, who gets your vibe, the way you need to stand, what you need to be productive, how, what you need to walk with a cane through a junkyard. And they may only be in our life for a short period of time, but that's kind of what we're investigating in the piece. Our play opens and Martha, who has been waiting patiently in front of the junkyard in Sun Valley, is waiting for her volunteer. And when she meets Billy, she doesn't quite remember that she's known him before, but you can tell she's maybe a bit of a cynic or a grump, I guess is the word. It just wants someone to come in and fill this purpose, or she's driven to go find this knock sensor for a 1998 Subaru Impreza she has. And she used to come to the junkyard herself, and then just going blind, it's hard to see. So it's even more taken aback when the volunteer arrives in the form of Billy, one that she knew before, but he also has only partial sight. And his orientation and mobility, as it's called, is a lot better than hers. And his daily living skills have been sharpened over time. And he's a musician. And he's a musician because she taught him. And so that's kind of woven in through as they walk through the junkyard to find this part, so it's a lot of catching up, but it really is about, can they get this part or not? Can she get back and start the car before a license expires? There's a little bit of a time cap. And then what happens when they find the car finally, I met them over Zoom. Gigi Birmingham, I have seen act. She's a wonderful company actor and is a teacher, and just known just in theater circles of how great she is. And she plays Martha. And then John Chafin, who I had not seen before, who's also incredible. And he's done TV episodics and a lot of stage work. Just has so much finesse and so much heart in what he does. Both of them, this is the first reading, and I was only in on a couple of rehearsals because it soaks up time to have so many rehearsals on Zoom, and they were on a union schedule. They just had it down. They had such electricity. They seem to really like these characters. And I hope you guys do too. I think they sort of present them in a great way. So what do I want the audience to get out of this play? I think what I get out of it, what I want the audience to get out of it is that no matter what the obstacles you have in life are, to stay open to things changing, to stay open to being surprised, because life does and things do. And I think that's kind of the thing to remember. And we see it in the play with people who are losing their vision, which is some of our greatest fears. And you can have your greatest fears realized and still come out the other side. You can still live your life. I'm excited about all of the Zip Code plays. I want to hear just tapestry is probably too cliche a word, but I want to hear all of the different sounds and rhythms that the whole bunch of us have come up with, because I know it's going to be different. I mean, mine has like a sort of a musical naturalism to it, and I know a few of them are surreal, a few of them are kind of bizarre histories and earnest histories. And just as I sometimes just enjoy a great podcast this summer, I want to listen to them all and I want more. I want everyone who comes to this to just want to hear more zip codes, you know. This is Antaeus Theatre Company's fall production, and they've made good on it with some amazing people working on it, and I think we're all going to be amazed. I mean, they're going to be between 20 and 30 minutes, so like podcastable lengths. They're not like these long things. They're stories about our city, and just want people to sort of look at to see how Antaeus is just trying to stay in touch with its audience through pandemic. And my play, I hope you guys, I don't know what order they're going to present them in. And I think they're just going to be a surprise. And so it's all going to sound so great, such like a perfect package. I mean, I hope that this is like season 1 of the Zip Code plays, and you're coming back here next year to interview the writers who are season 2, because it's such a joyous idea that, you know, I hope, you know, people have listening parties, people tell people about, you know, it's shareable, and it's also a nice solo experience. So that's what I think is going to happen.
You should listen to the Zip Code plays because we've been apart from each other for too long. And this is a way of bringing yourself back into the place that we live or a place that we know, because there have been listeners from literally all over the world. LA is a world city. And the stories that you hear are going to, no matter where you're sitting, are going to remind you of people and places you know. And if it works the way that we should, you'll feel encouraged. You'll feel love, tension, hate, revenge, you know, and it, I hope, will start you on the journey of thinking about your neighborhood and your street and the stories that you might be missing, the stories that you want to tell your friends, lovers, families, kids, before those stories disappear, because that's the connective tissue that'll prepare us for the next pandemic, the next challenge, and make us a stronger people. Hi, I'm Mildred Lewis, and if you want to learn more about my zip code play, $10 and a Tambourine, as well as the Antaeus Theatre Company, watch this video. I first heard about the Antaeus zip code plays as a listener. I honestly I had been to the theater, but obviously we were in a pandemic and nobody's going to the theater. And I just simply stumbled upon it and I was blown away. The first play that I heard was Carrie Wyatt's play about South Central. My godmother lives in South Central, and I was like thrilled, first of all, to hear a depiction of a community that I love and feel so close to, represented in a way that was interesting and not stereotypical and luscious. And the other thing that struck me was that the sound design was so on point. I used to teach audio techniques years ago, and I love sound. I still play the cello and piano. And so when I'm listening to work on, whether it's plays for us or, theater works, I really listen to the sound design. And I thought, these are people who are taking great care and understand the difference between like what would work on a stage versus what has to work in the theater of the mind. So once I heard that, I was hooked, and I didn't think that we'd have an opportunity to submit. And, when the call went out to playwright unit members, I was like on it like a flash fire. I'd always wanted to do a piece about Amy Semple McPherson, who's been around, sort of lately. She's such an important part of LA history. And I thought, what if I could write a radio play that sums up all the complex feelings that I have about Los Angeles? And, they gratefully accepted it. We developed it. The main story arc for $10 and a Tambourine is Amy Semple McPherson. And I wanted to tell a story about a woman who was torn in two directions. First of all, she's this huge celebrity, actually much bigger than sort of the mega pastors or the televangelists that we know today. She sort of set the template for that. But she was involved with politics. She was an amazing humanitarian. I mean, she founded one of the major Christian denominations, the Foursquare Gospel, that's still in operation today. Her charitable work. There's an Angelus temple still on 54th Street near Crenshaw, which is where I get my car washed. And you still hear some of the old timers talk about how she provided charity to their parents and never made them feel less than, never made them feel like they lost their dignity. And I thought, who is this woman, who has meant so much to LA? And so I wound up doing a play about her being torn between her mentor, who at this point is dead, he's a ghost, and that is Reverend Seymour, who is a one-eyed Black preacher, extraordinary man, comes from the South, goes to a Black Baptist college, leaves because it's not conservative enough for him, comes out and founds this Azusa revival, which goes on for years. And he invites Amy Semple McPherson, who at that time was having trouble in her marriage, to come out and preach, and was a sort of mentor figure to her. So on one side, we've got the Reverend coming from beyond the grave saying, hey, listen, you're too into this celebrity stuff. You're mixing around with like Charlie Chaplin. Her church in Echo Park wasn't too far from the original Hollywood. Max Sennett and the Keystone Cops used to literally like drive their motorcycles into Echo Park Lake. So Seymour comes back from the grave and he's like, got to do better. No celebrities. But then the threat comes, William Mulholland, who we know from Chinatown. And his thing is, I want a city that reflects my engineering expertise. I mean, he's the one who was largely responsible for us having water that allowed LA to become what it has become. But he wasn't a perfect man. And he had a vision for LA that was a little bit rigid. And he's coming and saying, we don't want all these faith healers, snake charmers, people like you. I don't mind you doing the charity, but I want you to do it less. And I want you to sort of take a step back. So the play is really about this flamboyant, amazing woman being torn between these two characters and then deciding to fight on in her own way. When you're thinking about radio and thinking about podcasts, you have to think entirely differently than you do for the theater, because they're not going to be able to see. And that seems like an easy thing, yeah, that you just like can translate one thing to another, but it's not easy at all. Because a lot of things that you might see on stage, you have to find an analog for that with sound. So I think that what the company did was absolutely brilliant. They assigned me Gigi Birmingham, who's a wonderful actor who is also a director. But the first conversations I had were with Jeff Gardner, who recently won decade recognition for his excellence in sound design. And those things were absolutely essential, because what it allowed me to do was to sort of, I'd written for radio before. Years ago, I had something WBAI in New York. And in the last 3 or 4 years, I had 2 plays done on KPFK Pacifica. So I'd written for radio before, and I knew, and I taught sound techniques. But it's a different thing when it's really your play and you're excited and thrilled and, sort of over the moon about, this being your first major outing with a new company. Jeff really helped me refine my ideas about the complexity of sound, so that by the time Gigi came on board, we had something to hand to her that was really rich in terms of its soundscape, really sophisticated. Gigi came on, added some wonderful ideas, making Mulholland much more of an antagonist in the piece, sharpening the conflict. And then we had three terrific actors: Eve Gordon, who I knew from ESTLA, the wonderful Mike McShane, who's just a terrific, terrific actor, and Leonard House, who's got this wonderful voice, and understood the spirit of Reverend Seymour, that he is both conservative and playful, that he is a mentor to Amy Simple McPherson, but he's also a rival. So everybody brought something new to the table. Two extensive rehearsals with a terrific stage manager, Nicole Sounsel. And then they actually hand delivered the sound setups to each actor. So I think you can see that I put my play into the hands of people who had really learned from the first round, who were completely committed to giving us not only a professional process, but a process that really deepened the art. I've heard so many plays on radio where you can tell it was just a play recorded for radio, as opposed to a play that was written and conceived for radio. And that's the difference that this process made. I want them to think about themselves in relationship to Los Angeles. I want people to mostly get out of it, here we are in this moment, in this now hopefully receding pandemic moment. And we're talking about three people who were at the birth of a great city. Two who bring religion and spirit, which have been always important to Los Angeles, and one who represents the business sector. All of them well known. Reverend Seymour during the Azusa Street revival, literally thousands of people coming, 24 hours a day for months on end. Simple McPherson owned the radio station where the play is set. She was the first woman in California to own a radio station. Served literally hundreds of thousands of people, reached millions, had her own magazine, literally a media empire before we understood what media empires were. William Mulholland, is, such an insignificant figure and such a complex man. When we meet him in the play, he's lost his wife, and everyone agrees that that was a signal break, as it is for most people. But it's before the Francis River Dam disaster, so he's both personally devastated, but has never had a higher reputation for his success in bringing water to Los Angeles. So I want people to think about all the forces that bring something like a Los Angeles into play. But more than that, I want them to think about the forces that are operating on them and how they negotiate the challenges of their world with humor, with grace, as Simple McPherson does, and how they preserve their integrity. Because in the end, of course, Simple McPherson does not win. She dies very young of a barbiturate as overdose, not sure whether it was accidental or a suicide. But ultimately, the pressures that she was under brought her to a dark place. And I think there's never been a better moment to think about that as we're looking at what's happening in the world around us. One of the things that we did is we worked as a team, which I think is so important. And we swapped scripts early on, and not so much to create like an intentional link between them, but so that we'd have a sense of what the larger universe was, and obviously to make the plays better. Really excited about Inglewood. I literally live like not even a quarter mile from the old Hollywood racetrack. And it's such a great story that Paula Sismar has told. West Hollywood, I used to work at City 10, the city cable channel. And so to see a story set in West Hollywood with so much of Shauna Abley's heart, I mean, you think of him as a horror guy. He's written so much for film and television in that world and in reality, but, he does such a great job with this couple and and this encounter they have with a new gentrifier. Pepper, I think, has done an incredible job. I mean, I'm just so excited for all of them. I mean, Elizabeth Wong is writing about some bingo players, like in the in the Asian parts of LA. And what I think we've done is to provide a non-stereotypical glimpse into aspects or places of LA that we often don't give too much thought to. One of the things I sort of believe about Los Angeles is that we think that there's no culture and think that there's no history, but we're living in an extraordinary place with many, many stories to tell. And things like the zip code plays are almost like these delightful appetizers that just give people a sense of like, this is where we are sitting. We're sitting on, land that has not been seeded, of course, and we're sitting and building on the legacies of all these people who we really ought to know, and building in communities. I mean, people talk about feeling isolated, but you think about the mahjong parlors and the bingo parlors in, I mean, not Chinatown now, I mean, but more Monterey Park, Alhambra and so forth. And I think if we can plug into that, especially after this pandemic finally fades, we're going to be stronger people because we face some really significant challenges ahead. And those can't all be solved by theater, but theater can play a role in how we understand and frame those experiences, and not just in a teaching way, but in a way of bringing us together as a community. And radio is great for that because nobody has to go anywhere, and it's the theater of the mind. And these plays can all be enjoyed by like the whole family, which I think is awesome. I mean, essentially, Antaeus is doing what Pixar does. Where the kids can get one thing out of it, like in $10 in the Tambourine, my play, there are lots of really cool sound effects because they're in her radio station, and there were a lot of cool sounds that were happening in those early radio days. They're inventing the radio format at that time. So I think a kid or teen could get into that aspect of it along with the ghost aspect of it. I think when we go to West Hollywood, there are things to enjoy. Pepper's piece in Pacoima. I mean, how often do we make it to North LA and which is still so rich and so vibrant and changing like crazy. So I think it's adults, I think it's kids, I think it's people who want to enjoy the theater of the mind, and I think it can be deeply restorative. And I honestly think people should listen to the first season, to just kind of prep themselves for season 2. I think the zip code plays are a blast. It may have started as a way to just keep the company active during the pandemic, but I think it's grown far beyond that. I think that the sort of tours through the areas of the city are something that we're going to be looking at for a long time to come, and it's a way if you want to get your family into what is South Central like, what does it feel like to be there. I've heard so many scary things, or Pacoima, who goes there. I think when you listen to the play and you look at the companion material, you're going to understand that we are part of a city. This is not just a megalopolis. This is not just a region, but we're a part of what's going on. And at the same time, you'll be deeply entertained. I mean, you can't get better actors than we have. I mean, and it's not just that these are actors that you'll recognize from big name theater productions or film and TV productions. Of course you will. But it's more the commitment and the quality that's going to sing for you. And the company, I think, speaks for itself. I mean, not everybody's going to be into a classical mindset. I understand that. I accept it. I respect it. But I don't think we can afford to lose track of that. That's something we need to bring forward with us. For me, it's about expanding the canon, making it so that we respect and revere more work so more people have the opportunity to become regarded as classical authors, as the voices for our time, rather than, sort of bifurcating ourselves. And yeah, if we do that, if we abandon the classics, if we abandon the classical sensibility, I think we lose something very vital. First of all, I enjoyed this conversation. I hope that you enjoyed this conversation as well. I really need you to go to Stage Explorations. It's on YouTube. And I need you to do what you know we all need to do. Click like and subscribe. It'll give you the opportunity to hear from so many theater makers, many of whom are doing amazing work that you might never have heard of, that might have just gotten lost in the noise. And you're going to see that there are dozens of videos. Makers who you might not have heard of, but as soon as you see them, they're people that you'll want to follow in the Los Angeles theater community, on television, on film, and in the digital space. So please go to Stage Explorations. They're on YouTube. Click like and then subscribe. If you enjoyed our talk as well, consider following what Antaeus is doing. We're on Instagram, we're on Facebook, we're on Twitter. You can go to Antaeus, ANTAEUS.org, and see if it's something that you might enjoy. We would love to have you as collaborators, audience members, and just part of our broader community. We're here to serve you. And if you get engaged with us, we hope to earn a repeat visit and maybe a little bit of collaboration.
You have a lot of choices when, for your entertainment these days. And there's, 500 channels on TV. And even though the movie theaters are closed right now, they are, you can still watch every movie that's ever been released and every TV show. And there's what you don't have a lot of chances to do, or just at least fewer, is to support theater companies. And, theater has taken a real hit over the last year. And so this is a really easy way to support a company who's committed to keeping artists employed. And so there's that. You can do it from the comfort of your own home. You can do it in your car. You can do it wherever. There's also just the fact that, how often do you listen to radio drama? How often do you really listen to radio drama? And now you've got the perfect way to give it a try. We listen to books on tape, and we listen to, like the murder podcasts and all that stuff. But, these bite-sized 20-minute or so full plays, beginning, middle, and end, with really great actors. Why not? It's a great way to spend some time and support a theater company, expose yourself to a different artistic medium. And they're really good. Hi, I'm Sean Abley, and a playwright. And if you want to find out more about my zip code play, 90069 West Hollywood, Brunch Interrupted, watch this video. One of the things that is really great about Antaeus is that, as I've been in the company, even in the short time, like 3 years, they have instituted more and more outlets for the playwrights to create. So we've been doing some 10-minute play festivals internally, and they have a reading series called Lab Results. And once the pandemic started and basically live theater shut down, they were looking for ways to keep all the artists, the playwrights and the actors, employed, basically. And they came up with this, instead of Zoom theater, they came up with this great idea for radio theater. So it's we're not like compromising our work by putting it on Zoom. We're actually writing for a medium correctly. So they did round one of they just reached out to the lab and said, who wants to be involved? We're going to pick 6 writers and we'll go from there. And so I wasn't in the first season, as they're calling it. And then the second season rolled around and I threw my hat in the ring and they chose me. And honestly, having heard the first season, I'd never written for radio before, or, radio drama. It really, I'm glad that I wasn't in the first one, because the playwrights they chose for the first one were so good, and the post-production and the sound was so amazing that then I had the advantage of having all of that as an example. So yeah, so they reached out to us and we said yes. My piece is called Brunch Interrupted. I lived in West Hollywood for 10 years. I watched the city during those 10 years change. And then I live now in Hollywood with my husband, and we've lived in this place for 17 years now, but still, connected to West Hollywood, and I'm there a lot. And a thing that's happening with West Hollywood is it's being sort of colonized by straight people. It was a city that was formed with gay interests in mind. And it was, where the majority of gay bars were in the Los Angeles area. And they had, domestic partnership early, and the city council is, queer people. And so it was this sort of thriving gay metropolis. I mean, people know it all over the country. When you say West Hollywood, they immediately know what you're talking about. But what started happening was the city started getting sold to the highest bidder, and development started happening in the city, and it wasn't necessarily queer centric, and queer businesses were closing because they couldn't afford the rents anymore. I mean, the church, the gay church, moved out of its West Hollywood location because it couldn't afford the rent anymore. And I just thought that was a shame. And so when it came time to write a play about an area, and and I'm always sort of looking for an angle where it can be something more than just a play. It can maybe, be a statement about something. That was forefront in my mind. And so the kickoff of the play is, people at a gay bar being confronted by a straight woman who has moved into West Hollywood complaining about noise at a bar. Well, the gay people aren't complaining about noise at the bar. Like that's our thing, right? And then the next thing that I wanted to do is, being a responsible and responsive artist to what's going on in the world right now, I wanted to try to make space for characters of color and artists of color that could be involved. So after initially sort of looking at this problem of straight colonization in West Hollywood, it sort of came to me that if, West Hollywood is a pretty white city, let's be frank. And if you were one of the few Black queer people living in that city, would more white people coming to the city really make that much of a difference? Like, would it matter that they're straight? It would probably matter more that it's just more white influence in a place where you are outnumbered. So, treading very carefully, I decided to make that sort of the crux of my story, that the white character is, their limited experience says, oh, a bunch of straight people are moving into the city and that's bad. And the Black character saying, there's a different viewpoint here that you're not considering because of your limited experience. And, and that happens in a couple. And I wanted to explore when a white person is asked the tough questions, how do they respond? And because I can't do it from the Black perspective, because that's not me, that's not my lived experience, but I can certainly do it from the perspective of a white person who has been challenged and feeling defensive and not knowing how to answer the right way, and then further sort of be of service to the solution. So I set that challenge for myself in this, 20-minute radio play. And, I reached out to a friend of mine, Michael Shepard, who is a director and an artistic director of the gay theater in town, Celebration Theater. And he's also a Black man who I have collaborated with for many, many years. And my friend Parnell Damone, who's a Black actor who I've also collaborated with. And I was like humbly handed them this work. And I'm like, please tell me, what, am I on the mark? Am I out of my lane? Whatever. And I think we, I think we I don't know. It's not, I don't want to say it's a perfect solution, but I feel like it's a good start. So the story of Brunch Interrupted is, it begins in the parking lot of the Gold Coast Bar, which is, if you know the Gold Coast Bar, you know that they host this red dress party every year, or they did. Unfortunately, they've closed. But they used to hold a red dress party in their parking lot every year. And it was a charitable event. And, it got pretty raucous. So what's happening at the beginning is the two main characters are Joe and Moses, a couple, interracial couple, are setting up for this red dress party. And there's music playing in the bar. And it's loud music. And a woman, a white woman who lives in the neighborhood, approaches them to complain about the noise. And turns out she's complained several times about the noise, about this bar. And thus starts a conversation with this woman and her entitlement to living in a quiet neighborhood in a city that was not necessarily built for her. They have an argument, and the interracial couple, they sort of settle it in the moment, and the couple goes off to go have brunch. And while they're at brunch, the two of them start talking about this invasion of straight people into West Hollywood. And Moses, who's the Black gentleman of the couple, is not so, worried about more straight people. He's actually more concerned that city's just getting whiter. And Joe, his partner, thinks that he understands, but he's quickly sort of disabused of that notion that he is making the right considerations in this argument. And while they're, as a couple sort of working through that, the woman shows up at their brunch. So once again, she's sort of invading gay space. And the three of them have a discussion that it doesn't solve all the problems because, these are messy issues, but it does help them all understand a little bit more about who's affected and what the stakes are. I am blessed with an amazing team of people on this project, and I pinch myself, quite frankly. When I was writing it, I wrote this piece for certain actors. So I'll just start with Bill Brocktrup, who is the co-artistic director of Antaeus Theatre Company. And I in my head, I always had his voice as I was writing the script, but he's the co-artistic director and he's making the decisions, sort of who's doing these things and who's getting cast and stuff like that. So he wanted to be very careful not to be like, I'm going to take this plum role for myself. But I was like, I got to have you. I really got to have you. And I've been watching Bill for decades, and he's so talented, and I've seen him on stage and I've seen him on screen. And I mean, just like A+ for casting for this. And I got him, and he is great. And part of the way I got him was Michael Shepard, who's the director, who is also the artistic director of Celebration Theater here in Los Angeles. But we've known each other since our Chicago theater days 30 years ago. So we've known each other forever. And, he was my first choice to direct this. And when we got him on board, this was before we cast anything, I was like, I want Bill. And he's like, I think Bill would be perfect. And Bill was like, I don't know. And we're both like, no, we have to have you. And so he relented, and I'm so happy he did because he's so good. So Michael, I worked with forever, and I knew that if I handed something like this to him as, a Black theater artist who has been fighting the good fight his entire career, he would not be shy about telling me where maybe this didn't hit the mark, or, you know, was I just completely out of bounds, like even trying to write this, like, you know, he would be honest with me. So, you know, already now we've established like a chunk of the dream team. Playing opposite Bill is another friend of mine, playing Moses, the black half of the interracial couple, is Parnell Damone. And Parnell is also, I met him through Celebration Theater. And I don't know, we've just like, we hit it off ages ago. Right. And so I've had him, like when I write a script, frequently I'll just like call actors to come in and like read just so I can hear it. And I've had him do those things. And so yeah, it was really great that we could like get him, and he and Michael have worked together forever. So that was, you know, again, it's like old home week with this. Like there was no surprises. I got to just work with these people that I've known and respect so much. And Parnell also, good friend. And I trusted him to like, you know, tell me the truth about this piece. And then, so the woman in the piece, there's 3 actors. The woman in the piece is an older white woman who lives in the neighborhood. And there is this amazing actor at Antaeus named Angie Bird. And if anybody has like worked at Antaeus, or anybody in the Playwrights Lab that's hearing me talk about this, they are right now nodding in agreement that she's magnificent actor. And I write for her when I write, like every time I write a little 10-minute piece or anything, I write for Angie Bird. And, you know, the competition's stiff in these things. There's 6 playwrights that are trying to cast their play. And, you know, when I wrote it, I had her voice in mind, and I was like, I need this actor. And I got her. I could not have been happier. She's so good. So yeah, so then at that point, I'm like, well, I can't lose. Like this is, you know, front loaded to be amazing. And then the first time they read it was like, yeah, magic. So, and then the sort of, you know, the icing on, I was gonna say the icing on the cake, but actually it's not the icing on the cake. It's like the cake. Everything else is the icing. Jeff Gardner, who is the sound guru, he does so many things. I know that like each one of them would have a name for the position, for what it is, but since he's like doing it all, you know, sound guru, sound wizard, sound magician. And, you know, I didn't know him personally before I, you know, listened to the first season of these plays. But I've heard his work on the various stage readings and things that are broadcast around town. And I didn't know who that was, but then I heard his work on the previous Zip Code plays, and somebody said his name, and then I met him, and he started talking about his credits. I'm like, oh my gosh, I've heard your work for years in Los Angeles. And the meeting with him, when we just went through the script and he would bring things up, and I'm like, oh, right, that has a sound to it. Yeah, he just had such, like, I mean, why am I saying he's a pro? Like, why would I even think differently? But he opened my eyes to like the choices that you need to make when you write something like this. So in this whole process, the biggest education I got was from him in how to write toward the medium and then think creatively within that to sort of get past just footsteps, you know what I mean? Or just like doors opening, like think of the smaller details that really create a world in radio theater. I actually went into this thinking, you know, if you're writing a radio play, it's a stage play and you put in sound. Like I thought that was like the brief. And that's not true. It's somewhere between writing a screenplay and a stage play. My process anyway was just writing it. Here's the story. Here's the narrative, you know, beginning, middle, and end. Then going back and taking and looking at all the stage directions where I have movement or things like that, and thinking about, oh, people can't see this. Like what? Oh, well, here's a big thing. The big thing in my play is it's about race on some level. How do you let your audience know that one of your characters is Black. They can't see him. And you can't presume that somebody will like pick it up through their voice, or maybe even you can't presume that somebody will pick it up through the dialogue that you give them. So you have to figure out a way that in a medium where you can't see the performers, how you translate that. And that was one of the places where, when we were rehearsing this, that I looked to Parnell and Michael Shepard to sort of guide me on what would be sort of acceptable language-wise, reference-wise, who would say it, like that kind of thing, to establish that character. And that was, I really love that challenge specifically. But yeah, so there's that, but then there's also knowing that when you change locations, like how does that manifest? Because you don't have lights up, lights down, you don't have set pieces moving on and off. All you have is sound to, you know, let you know where you are. And so we had some talks about how do we get from place, you know. So it's interesting. I came in writing one thing, and then my second draft was I'd gone to radio play school courtesy of Jeff Gardner, and went through and refined or changed certain elements, visual elements, into sound. So one of the things, you know, when I wrote this play, and this is just particular to me as a playwright, I always have my eye on something having a longer life than just the one production. So even though this is sort of specific for radio theater, in my head, as soon as this is done, there'll be a version of it that can be done on stage. So I'll, you know, I don't want to say it'll be take a step backwards, but it'll be, you know, figuring out how the stuff that I felt needed to be translated to sound can then be sort of switched back to visual for the most part. And yeah, I mean, I would love to see it, like, you know, it's kind of killed me not to actually be watching them record it. So yeah, I would love to see it on stage at some point. One of the great things about being involved in this project and just having the Zip Code Plays exist is getting to look at the Los Angeles area where I've lived for over 20 years. I've lived here longer than I've lived anywhere else in my life. But I haven't, you know, it's so spread out, I haven't seen it all still. And one of the great things about just the fact that they exist is that I get to dip into all these areas that I may not have, you know, be super invested in already, but also the Antaeus's commitment to diversity and inclusion in the artists involved means that I get to hear people's work, both playwrights, actors, you know, sound, directing, from a really broad spectrum of people, of creators. And I get to have it all in sort of one place. And I think that's really exciting. So one of the things that Antaeus is doing is these walking tours of the zip codes that are in the Zip Code Plays. And I would love for one for West Hollywood. Certainly there are some fun places to like discover in West Hollywood. And certainly there are some places that, let's just say that the straight world may not be quite as privy to in West Hollywood, that I would love to let them know about. Yeah, you know, like I said earlier, that there's something about West Hollywood where it's sort of in a medium state of crisis, in that the culture of it is slowly being eroded. And so any way that we can keep that, record that, like preserve that in amber would be great. So yeah, a walking tour. I think what I want the audience to get out of my Zip Code play is it changed from when I started writing it to today. And I think the big thing I want to get people to get out of it is that it is a person's personal responsibility to acknowledge another person's lived experience, to acknowledge that that is valid. It's not your responsibility to understand it 100%. It's not your responsibility to live it. It's not your responsibility really to do anything other than acknowledge that it's real. And in doing that, you give that person the space they need to move about in life with your support. Now, there's obviously action items I feel that, you know, we can do as allies for each other. And those are situational, absolutely. But I think the one main one is you just have to acknowledge that someone else is real. And just because you don't understand it and you haven't lived it doesn't mean that it's not valid and not important, and possibly not more important than your own. So that's what I would hope people would get out of it. And, you know, if it's, you know, everybody wants like, oh, I hope it starts a conversation. I hope it starts more than a conversation, but it'll start with a conversation. I'm not necessarily looking to change the world, but I am sort of looking to change people's minds. If you liked listening to me prattle on about my play and various other things in theater, you can check out my Zip Code play and all the rest of the Zip Code plays from both season 1 and season 2 at antaeus.org. There's also a lot of ways that if you want to support our theater that you can donate, and you can sign up for our newsletter, and we'll let you know the minute you can walk back into the actual building. But in the meantime, please enjoy the Zip Code Plays Season 2 wherever you get your podcasts or radio dramas.
Well, you should listen to the Zip Code plays because they're going to be beautifully performed. The sound will be amazing. I already know that in advance. And the stories are good. And if you have any interest whatsoever in, you know, in humanity and human nature or in theater, that's exactly why you would listen to the Zip Code plays. But the more important fun thing is, again, that you get to see little corners of Los Angeles that you might not see on a normal day. That, you know, a lot of people who are longtime Los Angeles residents or even native Angelenos don't get to all of the little corners of this city. It's, you know, the city is geographically huge and spread out. And, you know, it's, you could live here for 10, 15, or 20 years before you realize, oh my gosh, there's this little neighborhood that's tucked here between, you know, Eagle Rock and Echo Park. And I never even saw this before. And it's, you know, it's an absolutely fascinating city where from block to block, or you know, you know, from half mile to half mile, you're going to be in a completely different temperature zone and a totally different architectural zone. It's absolutely fascinating, and the Zip Code plays give you an opportunity to not have to drive and sit in heavy traffic and get to see these neighborhoods and see the people in them. Hi, I'm Paula Sismar. I'm one of the writers of the Zip Code Plays, Season 2, from Antaeus Theatre. If you want to know more about the plays that we're doing, and if you want to know more about Antaeus, please go to their website and learn about the plays and how you can watch them. They're all free. And you can watch this video to learn a little bit more about the VIG, which is from Inglewood 90303. Well, the Zip Code Plays were announced to Playwrights Lab members as an opportunity to explore various neighborhoods of Los Angeles and, check out what's going on in some of the far reaches of LA and some of the hidden neighborhoods. So we were all asked to pitch a story if we were interested in participating. And I pitched the Inglewood idea to Antaeus, and fortunately I was selected. And, the idea, I think, is to look at this city in terms of what it actually is, which is this is not a single monolithic city with one culture, and certainly not with one ethnic group or one racial group or even one geographical terrain. This is a very, very different kind of a place, and it's very exciting in that regard. So I was looking at some of the neighborhoods that I really like and some of the neighborhoods that don't get visited often or talked about often. For the first iteration, I think I pitched a story in East LA. That one did not get selected. And then this time around, I remembered how much I loved Inglewood and the old vestiges of Hollywood Park. So I pitched that one this time, and fortunately, got to be one of the people writing one of the zip code plays. The idea for the VIG, which is my zip code play for Inglewood 90303, came from a lot of different sources. And that's pretty much true of the way I work in general. It's generally not one idea that occurs to me. It usually becomes a kind of confluence of multiple ideas. So I had been thinking about a story for a long time about, based on my uncle who ran away when he was like 16 years old from home and eventually kind of became a racetrack tout. And then I was also thinking about Inglewood itself and the area near the airport and, again, the far reaches of Los Angeles. And then I was also thinking about the time when my husband was teaching at the UCLA paramedic school, which at the time was in Inglewood. And since I teach at USC, sometimes I would drop him off at Inglewood before I would go off to teach at USC. And it was usually too early to go to teach my classes. So I would grab a Starbucks and I would sit in the parking lot behind the Target on Century Boulevard, where you could overlook the Hollywood Park racetrack, and you could actually watch the exercise riders in the morning. So it was always fascinating to me. It's usually very early in the morning, 7:30, 8 o'clock, and the exercise riders at that time were usually just finishing up their rides. And to watch them, run these magnificent animals around that track, not during a racing time, but just at the time that they were working out and, having the horses experience this, this place and, getting to, run their legs off. It was just really just kind of magical to me to just be sitting there with my cup of coffee early in the morning and watching this activity. So, when the zip code plays were announced as an opportunity for Playwrights Lab members, all of these ideas just started to come together in my head. It was like, well, suppose we have a character who works at the track, or no, I don't really want to do that. Suppose we have a character who is looking for someone who works at the track. And then I thought of my uncle, and then I thought of the days that I used to watch the exercise riders at the track, and it all just kind of coalesced. And on top of that became this question of, why do people come to Los Angeles in the first place? Why do they come to California? We usually come from other places. I know there are a lot of native Angelenos. I'm not one of them. I'm an adoptee. But, it's very, very much my home. I can't imagine being anything but a Californian now. And so the question becomes, why do people come from other places and make their home here? And why is it such a place, where so many people are accepted and rub elbows with each other? And would I really want to live in a place that wasn't as diverse anymore? And so I started to think about, what it would be like to be this young woman who comes from a place that's totally alien from LA, who comes in search of her uncle who has, made a place there. So that's essentially what the story is about. It's a young woman whose mother has just died, who comes to Hollywood Park to try to find this long lost uncle who has been secretly supporting the family or sending her mother money, but has not been in contact with his family for a very long time. So I also started to look at, what it's like to be the outcast of a family and the one who doesn't fit in and the one who feels a certain amount of shame and doesn't want to be discovered by his family. So it's a difficult decision for Geo, one of the main characters, to make, to accept his past and to welcome his niece into his life. And in fact, that is the struggle of the play. Well, the team for the Zip Code plays is just pretty amazing. I mean, Antaeus actors, as you know, are just really wonderful, absolutely incredible professionals. And the designer of all of this sound insanity is Jeff Gardner, who is, to me, a genius. So he is the one who's in charge of the sound design, creating all of the sound effects, doing all the Foley work, making sure that the actors all sound good. And then I also worked with an amazing director, Bernadette Speaks, who I adore, and 3 really incredible actors. And I'm really, really happy to say that it's, a diverse cast and a diverse team, because I really wanted it to reflect the faces of Los Angeles. So, I'm a white playwright, but I didn't want to write a play that was just all white people, because that's not the way we live in LA. We live in a diverse world. So the cast reflects that, the team reflects that. And the wonderful thing about it is, as I started to think about this play, and I started to think about what could you do in a sound only environment, and what could you do that would be possible in an audio play that you actually couldn't do on stage. And I started to think, well, horses, you can hear the sound of horses. We can't really do this play on stage because you would miss the horses. You wouldn't, you would have to have a character who's miming riding the horses, or a character who's miming, grooming the horses. But in an audio play, Jeff can create the sounds of the horses running. He can create the sound of the horses snorting. He can create the sound of, the horses being, washed down and groomed. So it just became really exciting to me to kind of write in this 4th character, the horse, who we hear only as a sound effect. So that was part of the fun. But it was just a really, really wonderful experience. I collaborated a lot with the artistic directors on rewrites. They gave great notes. I was able to be at rehearsal and hear the actors and hear their questions. And it's wonderful in play development when you can work with another group of people who are creative and imaginative in their own right, and they can actually contribute to the development of the play. So I had a really wonderful time. I think what I would like the audience to get from this play is a sense of melancholy for a certain kind of loss, but also a sense of hope for how people can make connections. I should say that one of the things that gets addressed in the VIG is the fact that Hollywood Park doesn't exist anymore. I set the play 2 weeks before Hollywood Park was about to close down in December 2013. And as you know, that entire area is being developed, is being turned into a stadium and condos and restaurants. And that's something I think we have to think about, not only in Los Angeles, but in many of our cities. And that is, what happens when we try to create a new place. It's not that I'm totally against urban development, but unfortunately, that usually leads to gentrification. And so we might get something shiny and new in its place, but what happens to the people who are living there? So that's one of the things I wanted the audience to think about when this play was over. What's going to happen to these people? where is everybody going to go who's now been displaced? Because the exercise rider and the uncle, who also works at the track, are not going to have their jobs. They're going to have to move on and find a new life somewhere else. And the young woman who has come out to Los Angeles to look for a new life is not going to be able to find it there because this place is closing. So what are the trade-offs of so-called having progress and then displacing the people who've lived someplace for years and years? And then what about the loss of relationships? And what kind of loss is there when we leave our families behind? So all of those questions, I think, are, you know, one of the things that I was hoping the audience would think about when this play is over. And those are kind of melancholic and regretful things. But I also wanted them to leave with a sense that new connections have been made and that people are very resilient and will just keep moving on and going forward. So I'm kind of hoping for a complicated response, and also I'm hoping that people will have some fun. As I said, you get to imagine that you're at a racetrack and you're hearing the horses running, and with any luck, you'll feel as if you're riding the horse yourself. One of the things about the zip code plays is that they're just fun. It's not a burden. I mean, I am largely guilty about writing some plays that are intense and heavy and bleak. And the good news is the zip code plays are not that. They're fun. They're short. You can go to many different locations and hear different voices in a not particularly long time. You can spread them out. You can listen one at a time or listen to all of them in a great big, clump. But they're fun and they're different. And each voice is very, very different. Each of the playwrights selected write completely and totally differently from the others, and have taken on topics that are completely and totally different. So it's this wonderful wide array of not only writing voices, but also of reflections of the stories of the people of this community. So, and it's fun. It's not intense. It's not heavy. This, for a change, is not me in a bleak mode, and the other playwrights also have made sure that the experience is insightful but fun. If you enjoyed this conversation about the Zip Code Plays and Antaeus Theatre, please go to their website and learn about the plays and how you can download them. They're all free. And also go on the walking tour. It's fun. I think you'll see a lot about the city of Los Angeles that you didn't actually know. So I do hope you have fun and enjoy it.
What I'm looking forward to in season 2 of the Zip Code Plays, just really basic. I'm just, first of all, looking to just hear a good story. I'm looking to go for a good ride. And I know the writers who are involved will give us that. But also, how they're able to, within that ride, incorporate the history of whatever zip code they're focused on, whatever zip code that they brought to the table. Because there's stories that I know I don't have any clue about, that I will be totally surprised to learn of. So that's what I'm looking forward to on this go around. Just like last time, I think any listener should come and hear the Zip Code Plays. One, you're going to be entertained. I mean, that's the first thing. People want to be entertained. They want to go for a ride. Just like I spoke of before. I want to go for a ride. I want to hear a good story. And I want to hear good performances. And that's why they should come, first of all, because they will be entertained. But secondly, because you're going to find out history that you didn't have any idea about. You're going to find out about these little places and some of these people in LA, in the LA County area that you didn't know about before. And again, the history and how it relates to today will be there for people to pick up on. And so I think not only will it make you entertained, but it'll also leave you with the ability to gain knowledge that you didn't have before. And in gaining that knowledge, actually making yourself better in a certain type of way. Because when you have knowledge, then you can seek out more things that you didn't know existed before. And that knowledge will make you even a better person than you were before you came into it. Hey, I'm Khari Wyatt, author of Gold and Shine. And if you want to learn more about my podcast audio play, watch this video. The idea for Gold and Shine came about. I just was looking for an idea because they were accepting pitches for Zip Code Plays 2, and I was thinking I wasn't even going to submit. And then I thought, well, let me just walk around, live my life, see if anything came to mind. Eventually, I just happened to be online, and I found something about the gold rush. And I was like, the gold rush. That could be interesting. So I started delving deeper into the gold rush, and I discovered that the actual first gold in California wasn't found up north. It was found in Antelope Valley, down here in Southern California. And so then I was like, wow, that's an interesting history that most people don't realize. And in researching that topic about the gold rush, I discovered that slave owners from the South came out here also to strike their fortune. And they would bring some of their slaves with them. And sometimes those slaves would run away and gain their freedom. So I was like, you know what? All of that could be very interesting history to incorporate into this audio play, along with the fact that Pacoima itself was really one of the only places in the valley where black people could live up until like the early 60s. Because of housing covenants and general discrimination, black people weren't living in various parts of the city. It was either South Central, or Pacoima was also another point in the LA County where a lot of black residents lived. And then once housing covenants were broken and different discriminatory practices were stopped, then black people started to move into other parts of the valley and other parts of Los Angeles in general. So I said, all of that is an interesting history. And even as far back as in the 1800s, Pacoima, before it was even called Pacoima, was a place that was very diverse, whereas other parts of LA weren't. But Pacoima was always that. So I said, I need to set this here, because I didn't know that about Pacoima. I've driven past Pacoima, I've driven through it. I didn't know there was this history of diversity. Okay, the main character is a college professor named Dr. Lachey Fair. And she is a professor at a fictional local university who's disaffected by her job and by something that's happened at her job. And she is thinking of leaving the profession. And she runs into a man named Samson, who is in her neighborhood, walking through the neighborhood, who has a mule. And they have some interaction, and that interaction leads to some things. I won't get too far into it because I want it to be surprising. And she also has a friend who's a part of the story named Nona, who's also a college professor. The team is Sandra McLean. She directed it. I was introduced to her through our through our artistic director, actually, Bill Brockstrup and Kitty Swink. And they put me in contact with Sandra. And she did a wonderful job. She was excellent to work with. She was very insightful and gave me some good feedback that helped me make the story better, helped me make the story just a little bit more poignant than it was on the first draft I had written. Karen Molina White plays Lachey. Tamika Kate Donegal plays her friend Nona. And Dale Turner plays Samson. And these are all Antaeus associated actors. They're in the company at Antaeus. And so I didn't have to go far to find talent. what I would like for the audience to get out of the play, what I would love for the audience to get out of the play is really not just the sense of the history of the gold rush or of what Pacoima was in terms of a bastion for Black people in a certain time period in terms of being able to live there. I would also like people to understand how the university system itself is not just a place of education. You know, universities are big business. They're nonprofits officially, but they're really big business. They have investments they have investments like a corporation would have investments. You know, they are trying to make money in their way, and people can be victimized by that. I'd also like people to get out of it that we are connected to our history. History is not just something that happened back then. History is always present. The things that happen in history don't just disappear. You know, the tendrils of it float throughout time and space. The things that happened in 1860s are still happening today. You had that riot, that insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th. You had many of those people who would say Blue Lives Matter, but they killed a police officer. They assaulted police officers in that same insurrection. You know, the response to those people was much different than the protesters for Black Lives Matter who had been in the city just in June. The presence of the police, the tactics of the police force were totally diametrically opposed. So, and the FBI has informed Congress on a couple of occasions now that domestic terrorism, specifically white supremacists, are the biggest threat to our national security. This has been true for over 100 years. So when you talk about the history of the Ku Klux Klan, you talk about the history of Nazis, of white nationalists, we're still talking about the same things today. So because something happened back in the history, you know, doesn't mean it's over. It just happened back then, but you can still see a hand from back then into in your present day. So I really want people, if nothing else, get that. And the things that people have gone through to get you to where you are today. I want people to really appreciate that there are people who came before you that help you to get where you are. And that you don't live your life for that. You have to live your own life for the way you want to live it. But there is some honor that needs to be paid for those that paved the way for you to get where you are. I mean, really, the art is the spiritual backbone of any community. It's the spiritual backbone of your nation. The things that are happening, it's a time capsule, right? The things that I could go look at a play from Eugene O'Neill's time and find out what was going on in part of this country at that time period. You know, so on throughout the ages, that's what art serves to do. It shows us ourselves. It helps us connect to ourselves. It helps us connect to other people. It helps us to have experiences that we might not have had ourselves personally. It creates empathy at its best. You know, even if it's not an experience that you've had, somebody has had it and you see it played out in a dramatic form. And usually I would say when people see art connects with people in a way that a politician can't connect with a person. It connects in a way that an activist can't connect with a person. It really seeps into your soul, whether you want it to or not, because that's what art is. It reaches inside you when you see it, or when you hear it, or when you look at it. So Antaeus, like I've said, puts forth such quality work. So there's a lot for you to be moved by. There's a lot for you to learn from. And Antaeus does it at a high level with many different kinds of people. And if you were going to support a theater, Antaeus would be one to support, because it's really coming from that place of art being pure, art making a difference in a person's life. Hey, I'm Khari Wyatt, playwright, Golden Shine, a part of Zip Code Plays too. And if you've enjoyed this conversation, please go to Antaeus's website and support the theater in any way you can, whether that's volunteering or whether that's a cash donation. All help is appreciated.
People should listen to the Zip Code Plays because of actually many different reasons. LA is super, super diverse. And I don't know that people always get a chance to experience that. And what I mean by that is literally, we get into our routines and we sort of, you don't go to Echo Park, you don't go to North Hollywood, you don't go to Westwood because it's too far for driving or this or that or this or that. And we tend to only peripherally peripherally kind of get a feel for what neighborhoods are. And more than that, the people that live there. And more than that, the people that kind of created those neighborhoods. And so I hope that through this art that you get to get deeper, that people will get deeper into what the neighborhoods are. And, even for my North Hollywood play, I've got like one section of North Hollywood is what I'm examining. I don't even talk about culture. I don't talk about like who founded this area. I don't talk about the inhabitants. There's just so much richness going on in LA, and I just hope that these give a little bit of a piece where people feel like, oh, I will go explore that. I will look into that community, not just go and take from it, but go there. And if you do have a coffee, sit down and talk to people and look who really lives there, and just soak it up in a way, as opposed to this sort of this like consumer way that we have of either like driving through a town and making opinions about it, or maybe grabbing some food and taking it home and not really getting involved. It's a roundabout way of saying, I hope that by listening to the Zip Code Plays that we learn more about each other and about community. I'm Pepper Chambers. If you want to learn more about my play, The End of the Line, and Antaeus' Zip Code Plays, please watch this video. I heard about the Zip Code Plays because I am in another theater group, Circle X Emerging Playwrights group, and Khari Wyatt is in that group. And he mentioned that he had the Zip Code Plays. He sent us the link to it. And of course, my mind was blown. It's like, oh my gosh, it's a radio play. And And so I listened and I loved it. But that's how I was introduced. And I knew I had to give it a go somehow, some way, be a part of it. So my play, End of the Line, started out as a 10-minute play, also for Antaeus. So they were doing submissions for a 10-minute play. And again, this was all during pandemic. I was like, I'm going to write a story. So I wrote a story that's, of course, loosely based on myself and my husband and this couple sitting on the porch, getting drunk on a Tuesday afternoon, and she starts to lose it because he's not listening to her, and but they laugh and they hug and they kiss at the end. So I had that in mind, and then I also had a more serious topic in mind. So I am very close with the folks over at Lower Depth Theatre Ensemble, and right before pandemic, I forgot the month. Let's just say it was September, October of 2020. They did a play called Safe Harbor by Tara Palmquist, and that was through they have a commission series on violence, and the topic was on sex trafficking and human trafficking. So I was a part of the development process in terms of literally just helping and being there and listening to Tara's words about these two girls who are trafficked. And through that, we also had experts coming in and talking to us about it. So since last year, or 2020, I'll say, it was very much on my mind. How do I get involved? How do we watch for signs? And literally, like I said, I live in North Hollywood, and there's a coffee shop over here. And one day there was a woman there, and my instinct was like, I know she's being trafficked. What do I do? And it was this terrible, awful freak out moment of not knowing what to do and seeing she's in this situation and feeling absolutely helpless and terrified at the same time. So in that moment, I was able to kind of get her, a coffee and talk to her a little bit. And so that experience is what I brought into my play. And I know that many of us, we see these people on the street, these people meaning not those people, but people on the street, and you're just not certain sometimes of what is going on in their lives, and you're sitting there with your coffee and, your sunglasses, living this life, and everything is not maybe great for you, but something is really going on with them. And so I just wanted to shine a light on awareness and being aware of what's going on in our community, and also finding the tools to actually help people that actually need our help. So end of the line, the main story of it is there's a woman, she's having some cocktails on her porch with her husband here in North Hollywood, and all of a sudden she hears a commotion downstairs, and she runs down there and she tries to help this woman who's in trouble. And it turns out that she learns, she has the thought about herself and who she's really trying to help, if it's the woman or herself. My team, our team, the team is fantastic naturally. So our director is Greg Daniel. And again, he's one of the co-founders of Lower Depth Theater Ensemble. So I got really lucky in terms of Greg is already associated with Antaeus. And so I got lucky that he said yes, that he would direct this wonderful piece. So Greg came on to the piece, and then the rest of the actors are obviously from the group. And so we have Tamara, and we have Rob, and we have Millie/Mildred. And so Tamara and Rob are the couple, and Millie is the woman in trouble. And they are absolutely fantastic, just in terms of the essence of the characters, because it's all audio. And they really understood what I was trying to get across in terms of not just the humor, because you have to have humor even in these tense moments, but also the love of the character, the love between the husband and wife, and then the delicate intimacy and another type of love for these two Black women that are in very different economic and just sort of life situations and how they connect. So all three of them are just fantastic, which you'll hear. And then how about the audio? So Jeff Gardner, as everyone knows, I learned so much, so much, like little things like, okay, so if you're, if as a writer and if you want someone to take a sip, not just the sound, but when do they take a sip? So do they take a sip before? And then I said such and such and such and such. Or is it I such and such and such and such? And Jeff was like, okay, so if you put that moment here, it sets up this type of drama. If you put it here, it puts a space. So I learned so much about the technique, but also the storytelling that is in sound, I don't even know how to explain the excitement I have of working on this and the knowledge that Jeff brought. He's so brilliant. And it's a art form that I feel is sort of lost, and I feel like he's got a great handle on it. And it's great at communicating to all of us, whether direction for Greg to direct the actors or for me and how to write it into the script. And then of course for the actors to execute. So it was absolutely fantastic. So the difference that I'm finding between writing a regular stage play and a radio play is that you're thinking of it literally just in a different way. So you're thinking about the sound effects. So literally you're writing in SFX, like sound effects, and you might say, heels walking on the concrete. But then you get into what type of heels. Like, is it a chunky wood heel? Is it a spiky heel? Because you think like those make different sounds. And also we know that that type of heel is going to be related to your character. So like if you're in the spike heel, is it a woman that's like, you know, in a business suit and blah, blah, blah? Or if it's a chunky heel, is she kind of, you know, like grungy woman walking through the city? So you get really specific in the type of sound and then where you want it to go and how you want it to be used. And so that's just one part, is the sound effect. And then within there, you're thinking about how sound informs your audience about what's going on. So for example, I have a cafe scene, and there were things like we put in the bell of the door, you know, for the door opening and closing. So then you would know, okay, you have this feeling of like, this is a busy cafe. There's people coming and going. And then the sound behind us, we have the sound of a chair scraping across the floor. And that got really specific. Is it a wood floor? I'm sorry, is it a wood chair on a concrete floor? Is it a metal chair on wood? You know, and you start thinking about those sounds. And as you're writing for that medium, your imagination just explodes in another way. So I still may have written for a stage play, still may have written that, you know, they're sitting in a metal chair. But now for the stage play, for the radio play, I'm like, ooh, when do I want to hear that specific sound and why? And is it fast? Like, is the character mad? So, you know, you get a quick sound, or is it slow because someone's creeping in? You know, there's just all these things that you can bring in and play with. But it's specific. Like you can't just be willy-nilly with it. You have to say, like I said, the metal chair on the wood, because that says something. It tells you where you are. And you just get another toy box of specifics to play with in this medium. I would say, yes, it is another character, the sound and the audio and the directions. I want the audience, after listening to End of the Line, what I really want is for people to have an awakening, to have an awareness, and to really pay attention to community. I feel that we are all here, you know, we're living on, especially in a big city like LA, like we are living on top of each other, and we're not brushing each other like we are in New York, but we're all together, this microcosm. And instead of just sort of putting your blinders on and walking like this, I just want people to open up and to pay attention and to look at our biases and remove them when we can, and understand when they are at play. And I just want us to have to make our human connection deeper. And that's what I hope people will feel when they listen to this play. And I'm laughing because there's humor too. So I do hope that they get a couple chuckles in the beginning. I am Pepper Chambers. And if you enjoyed this conversation, please walk your way over, get your way over, run over, click over, do whatever you need to do to enjoy the Zip Code plays and everything else that is offered with this lovely theater company. Thank you.
People should listen to the Zip Code plays because, well, they're fun. So that's the most important thing. They're fun. They're really fun. Many of them are lighthearted, like Bingo Bitches. It's comedy. And also, to tell you the truth, because all of us playwrights, we're very diverse. We come from different backgrounds. We have different ways of telling a story, and we have different perspectives that may be interesting to an audience, may be challenging for an audience, may bring an audience something that they've never known before about the place where they live, or places that they visit, or places that they just zip past through on the freeway and never give a thought about. And it's a chance to really, enjoy the city that we live in. I mean, Los Angeles is a remarkable city. It's like nestled in the arms of the San Gabriel Mountains. And it's an opportunity to really, enjoy the love song that is the Zip Code Plays. I mean, it's a love fest. And who doesn't like a love fest? So, yeah. That's the reason why you should listen. It's fun. Hi, I'm Elizabeth Wong, and if you want to know more about my Zip Code play and about Antaeus Theatre, watch this video. The Zip Code plays are fun to listen to because you really get to focus on the words. And, for a playwright, that's like warms the cockles of your little heart. It's like, oh, I love that, because you're listening to words, and I love words, new words. That's one of the joys of the audio play. And also, it's asking the audience to fill it in. Instead, so you doing, the audience, the listeners doing the work of creating the world that they see as inspired by the sounds that they're hearing, by the words that are being spoken. And I think that is just another way of reaching into the heart of an audience through their ears. The inspiration for my Zip Code play 91754, Monterey Park Bingo Bitches. I had to write it because the title Bingo Bitches, that was inspiring enough. But the seed for the story actually came from a random woman, a Latina. I was standing in front of her as we were waiting in line at a grand opening of a new business in Monterey Park. This business was giving away swag to the first 100 people in line. So I was in line waiting for the swag bag, and I love free stuff. So what can I say? I went and I met this lady as we were waiting in line. And we got to talking, and she told me that after she finishes up getting her swag, that she was going to go play bingo. And I thought, oh, okay, so you're going to play bingo. And she told me how cutthroat bingo at the senior center was. And then she told me that there were really big payouts at these bingo games. And at once she won like about $200 at a bingo game, one bingo game off of the seniors. So this seemingly innocuous encounter in a line germinated in my brain for a while, because I had that encounter for a while. And sometimes that's just how playwrights' minds works, a writer's mind works. You just kind of file it away under maybe something can happen with this. I don't know. And then, so while it was on the back burner, the Antaeus Theatre had this opportunity, and I pitched the idea. It was just like a line, like Cutthroat Senior Center Bingo in Monterey Park. That was it. I didn't even know what that was going to be. I just had the one line. I wrote it like, I got the email that was a call for entries, for submissions. I wrote 3 ideas, like bada bing, bada boom, just really fast. And I sent it. I didn't even reread it. And then I hope that it wasn't too many typos. But from the moment they said yes, is the moment I started thinking, okay, now I'm committed to writing this. What is it going to be? How can I make it fun and also explore the world of what it's like for senior citizens and bingo and what that means to them? And that's how the story began. It began with the lady in line who was, going to play bingo and describing how vicious it was, and then me filing that information away until I was able to secure a commission, and then, was, as an outgrowth of that commission, was forced and focused on writing the play. Antaeus assembled an awesome team of really uber talented artists for this play, my play. There was Jennifer Chang, who is an actress, director, artistic director of Chalk Repertory Theater, which is located in Atwater Village. She's a theater professor down in San Diego at UCSD. She won the LA Drama Critics Award for her directorial work on Viet Gong, which was a production at East West Players. And she was my director and kind of at the helm of this. And she was also very good with dramaturgy, and she read the play and was able to give me some fantastic notes for the play. I originally wrote the play with kind of a bittersweet ending, kind of a, the height of the pandemic. So I was feeling very, very annoyed. And I put that annoyance, I suppose, into the play. But then Jennifer actually reminded me, and also some of the, and Bill, Kitty, Anna Rose, the management at Antaeus gently suggested maybe a happier ending. And, after thinking about it and listening to the comments, I actually reworked the ending so that it's an uplifting ending. It's an ending of hope. It's an ending that actually serves my purpose and the play more beautifully than I originally imagined. So it was very definitely a beautiful collaboration of artistic minds that helped shape the ending of the play. I don't want to give it away though. And Antaeus also really wanted to bring authenticity to the characters by casting, Chinese actors, by casting an Armenian actor. So there was Cici Lau, who is a longtime actor, and she's the former First Lady of Monterey Park. Her husband, David Lau, was a mayor of the city. So, and Cici was great at really helping me with the Chinese language in the play, and she was very supportive and also, really supportive about a happy ending or a uplifting ending. And she was so right. Sometimes playwrights, when we're in a mood, we write reflecting that mood, but actually it wasn't serving the play very well. So getting the feedback from fellow artists helped me see that, to look for a way to be funnier. So, bingo bitches, hello, comedy. And there was also Jade Haikush, who is a actor who I didn't know at first, but she's a veteran actor who was recommended by an Antaeus member, Rhonda Aldrich. Jade, she was fantastic with putting Armenian in the play. She, I told her I really wanted to put languages, and I love hearing the music of other languages in my play. So I put that music into my work, and she was great with some of the colorful Armenian phrases, if you know what I'm saying. Colorful. So I thank her for that. And then finally, last but not least, there was Karen Huey, who plays a character who is sort of based, a little bit like me, although I've never played bingo. But Karen Huey, she is like the voice-over queen. I mean, you can hear her work in all the Star Wars movies, Deadpool, Good Trouble, the TV show, which is one of my favorite shows. She's voiced over 1,500 films and TV shows, and she's like the voice of the character Yuriko in that popular video game, Ghost of Tsushima. And Karen supported my application, like I told you, to the Antaeus Playwrights Lab, and she's also a playwright. And in fact, I've taught her plays. I taught Songs of Harmony at Boston Conservatory at Berkeley, which is where I teach. I'm teaching contemporary Asian American plays and also script analysis at BOCO. And I was able to bring one of her plays to the students and introduce them to her work as a playwright. But most of all, she's my friend. And this is the first time I've ever had a chance to work with her. So that's always a pleasure to be able to work with your friends. Yeah, it's really great to be able to work with your friends after all these years of, promising and thinking about working together. And at last, thanks to Antaeus, we got a chance to do it. And that was really awesome. So that was the cast. That was the director. And also I should mention someone who I work closely with, Jeff Gardner, who's like won a bazillion awards, and he helped and developed the Foley and the soundscape, the world for Bingo Bitches. He was an absolute joy to work with. He honors the script. He honors the words. He knows how to enhance as well as, just let the characters speak. So he's one of those rare people who knows like sound when it helps and sound when silence is best. And it's just great to work with someone who's so collaborative. And he was a lot of fun for me to work with and bounce ideas off of, because this is my first audio play, my first one. So it was great to have some guidance from Jeff. Difference between a normal and regular play and an audio play obviously is that the audience cannot see that the actors are 80 years old. That if we were on stage, you would be able to see that my characters are all in their 80s. They could do that with costuming. They can do that with lighting. They do that with their acting sculptures in space with their bodies. You could see that in a play. But in an audio play, you don't see that they're really 80 years old. I have to tell you that they're 80 and hint at their life, to hint at their timetable in their lives. Do you see what I'm saying? So the actors have to I have to work with an actor, thinking of the actor, how do I let the audience know through the actor that they don't see. So my work is different. I have to actually try to find a way to take things that would have been obvious were you to see it on stage, and I would have to write it in a way, finesse it in a way that isn't expositional. So I don't want exposition, so I'm going to have to try to hide it, but still find it, a way to tell you that they are older, they have different life experience, that over many, 80 years, I have a character who's like over 100. So because they're older like this, you have to they have to discuss life experiences. And that actually informed the play. It gave the play its connection, their historical connection that people who are older may have from the life that they lived, the history that they have seen. So that history that they have seen, that history that they have lived, the things that inform who they are play out in my play. So it's a comedy, but it is also how people connect through their histories, not only personal history, but also world history. So that's one of the ways that you have to think differently when you're writing a stage play versus an audio play. And also, as I said, sound is a big, you create the world, you don't see it on stage of a bingo parlor or a bingo hall at the senior center. You don't see the bingo cage. You don't see the cards or the little dauber that they use to mark their numbers, as it's being called. You don't see that on stage, but you hear it in an audio play. And then you, the audience, can imagine what that place looks like. And your place that you imagine in your mind is going to be totally different than the place that I imagine in my mind, or even in a stage play, because they give you the world that they imagine, the set designer imagines. So you don't have the benefit of what the set designer imagined. You have your own imagination in an audio play. And I think that's the wonderment of an audio play. And I'm just thrilled to have been able to write one finally. In a lot of ways, our plays also dovetail, because I don't know how that happens, but it's weird how that happens, that the synchronicity that we all kind of found a way to modernize and make vivid something that was happened in the past, that was in the past, a history from the maybe unknown history or forgotten history from the past. And both Wyatt and I do that in our plays. And the other plays do it too, to varying degrees. So it is kind of amazing that there is some kind of weird psychic, subconscious thread that we all kind of like dove into the cosmic idea pool and then kind of got out and then started writing our plays. And we all have little suggestions that interrelate to one another. And I was surprised actually that we all did something that was so, that the tendrils from the past kind of informed the present of the play. What I want the audience to get out of Bingo Bitches is just pure enjoyment. I just want to make your life a little lighter, to make you smile when you hear the play. You know, I'm not going to lie and say I didn't sneak some sneaky, serious things in the play, but for the most part, my purpose was to uplift and to offer enjoyment and pleasure, and to introduce audiences to a community that they may not know about. The city of Monterey Park is a very interesting city. It's a primarily Asian community, but it has been always in transition. People from all kinds of backgrounds, racial backgrounds, have lived in this city, and they pass the city down to each other as they move on through life. And and you see vestiges of that heritage in the city. You know, Monterey Park used to be, the Gabrielino, Shoshone Gabrielino Indian territory, and then it, moved on to a Spanish, Latin, white, Asian. I mean, we all live here, or we all have heritage that, thanks to the Gabrielino a tribe that used to live here, that we're by their graces living on this property. I'm living in this city, and I wouldn't have known that unless I started the zip code play journey. And in my research, as I was trying to figure out what to write, you learn things, and that's one of the benefits for me, as I learned about my own community. And I want to share what I learned and what I enjoyed and what insights I have from living here with the listeners to the Zip Code Plays. So I think that my first and foremost, though, is to offer entertainment and joy, and that's so important to me, especially with the pandemic having taken a year and a half of our lives. And so this play was written last year and was very, the germination of it started last year. And I just wanted to offer up some laughter and some pleasure and some joy to listeners and audiences. And that's the reason why I didn't set the play during the pandemic. You know, oftentimes as a playwright of conscience, I would have probably in the beginning wanted to set the play during the pandemic, but I soon learned that I don't know. I was just sad, and I was just wanting to set the play at a time before the pandemic, when everybody could get together, and that's why the play starts before the pandemic, before COVID ever hit, that you get a chance to remember what it was like. And I'm so happy that, you know, now it looks like things are normalizing and we can start seeing one another again. You know, I think that's the reason why I picked the senior center too, because it broke my heart that a lot of people could not even see their grandparents. I know my nephews could not see their grandmother, my mother, during the last year. And that saddened me. So it had a lot to do with why I chose the senior center as a location. You know, the pandemic had a lot to do with why I wanted to laugh more and to forget my troubles, to write a comedy. And that's what I want audiences to take away. I just want them to laugh. Antaeus needs to be supported because theater is hard work. It takes a lot of money at the level that Antaeus does its theater work. So support is greatly appreciated, not only in terms of finances, but just butts in the seats. That's the most important thing, is having people come to the theater to engage with the work, to be, you know, to laugh, to cry, to question, to be uplifted, to be transported, to feel the magic. And you know, that's why Antaeus is so important to this community and to the artistic community, and it deserves your support. So why not? Do it. Write a check. Come to the theater when it opens and sit in the seats and just watch and be delighted. And it's worth it. I mean, this is the reason why we are all going to work, so that we can, you know, go to concerts, go to movies, and go experience the communal experience that is the theater. So Antaeus is an important part of that in Los Angeles. And, you know, get your butts in the seat and write a check. Hi, I'm Elizabeth Wong. I'm a playwright based in Los Angeles. And if you've enjoyed this conversation, please go to the Antaeus website and check out the Zip Code Plays, my play, of course. And also, there are other productions. Thanks for listening.
Audiences must listen to the Zip Code Plays because it's enriching. It's an enriching experience that is unique. You know, we're listening to a lot of podcasts these days and all of that, but as a radio play, it has its own place, its own feeling, its own thing. And all of these stories have something unique to say. So I would say it's a must, because to kind of give yourself something different to do, like literally creatively, but also to support I mean, man, like so much work has gone into this, and it's theater, and going through us having no theater, this is what we did. And so I think it is a must. It's a must to support and be there for all of us. My name is Pepper Chambers, and I am the writer of the zip code play 90027 Griffith Park, The Fire in Between. And if you would like to learn more, please listen to more of this conversation. So writing the second zip code play with Antaeus, the experience having gone through the first to the second was that I knew the value, I guess, and the beauty of what sound can do and can bring. And so that particular play is called The Fire in Between, and it's about the Griffith Park zip code. And so making a short story, is there was a fire that happened in 1933 in Griffith Park. And so as soon as I learned that, all I could hear was the sound of the fire, and like how much fun, for lack of a better word, that Jeff would have with creating that world. So it really, what I learned for sure was like, oh my gosh, how just the tool, I guess, like what the beauty of what sound can do, and wanting to write to that. Other times you're writing for the actors or you're writing for the story, but man, I was like writing for how can we make the sound be gorgeous. So the story for The Fire in Between for Griffith Park, it came from, at the time as well, in Los Angeles, we're kind of constantly having stories, headlines about fires. And so I thought, oh, well, I believe I Googled what was the worst fire in Los Angeles. And that came up and then blew my mind. So the story is that, again, it was 1933, October, and this was during Santa Ana. There was a Santa Ana that day, and it made it a perfect storm, unfortunately, for this fire that happened in kind of a valley within Griffith Park. And it was during the Depression, and so these men were a part of a work relief program, and they were there, just trying to work. They weren't like forest people, they weren't firefighters, they weren't anything. They were just men from all backgrounds working. And then this fire started, unfortunately. And so the reason I had to tell the story is because as I dove into learning more about the men who lost their lives, I learned about them. So I learned that there were Black men, there were Russian men, there were, like all these, there were men from Puerto Rico, but on their birth certificate, I found their death certificates, and on their death certificates, it just said Mexican. And so this concept of like, these men were people who lived lives, and I wanted to just do what I could to show who they were, with the time and space that I had. So it was important because it's a Los Angeles story, and it's important because the identities of these people, I wanted us to know about them. So the main story arc is that these two gentlemen meet on their way to the job site, and one gentleman is Mexican and one gentleman is Black, and they're driving through Los Angeles, so from kind of like Inglewood area, and coming through Los Angeles, and you get this feeling of driving through the city and getting all the way to this park that many of us, like how often do we even go to Griffith Park? We kind of take it for granted that it exists. So it is kind of the story of two men getting from different backgrounds, getting to know each other and seeing their similarities and their differences, like recognizing both of those things, and then getting to the site and having to deal a little bit with racism. I didn't want that to be the main thing because we know it exists, so I didn't need to talk about it so much, but show that they are dealing with racism at the time, but also the humanity of being people. And then also I brought in this element of nature. So I wanted to pay homage to the, I want to say indigenous, I hope that's correct, the indigenous people of Los Angeles, which is the Gabrielino tribe. And so I brought in that culture along with us respecting nature, because we know too that these fires are happening because we're not respecting nature. So it's this concept of life and friendship, and then of course death. The audience knows the identity of my gentleman because I do talk about it. So
There's one part where I have the Black character. He's trying to speak Spanish, and the guy's like, we don't need all of that. And so I try to creatively show who these people are through moments, And then with the other gentleman being Black, he says it. So I was pretty much like kind of say it, but then and then I talk about their experiences more than like the color of their skin or anything like that. So I just kind of bring up what they're going through to identify what their ethnicity is. So the actors, the director, and the text behind this play, they're all, of course, fantastically amazing people, and everyone brought something so special to it. So my director was Ron Drell McCormick, and he goes by the name Drell, like you can call him Drell. And it was our first time working together. Antaeus paired us, and oh my gosh, this guy, he's so introspective, down to thinking about fabric. Even though it's a radio play, like what kind of clothes would the gentleman have been sitting on in the bus on their way to Griffith Park? And he was so into detail in the way that I'm in the detail, and we completely clicked, and just fantastic amazingness. So Ron Drell McCormick was insanely fantastic. And then our cast was Peter Mendoza and Gerard Joseph and Mark Dorr. So Peter played, the young man that he's married to a woman that wants to be famous. Gerard has a baby on the way, but he doesn't know that that's just what he wants, but he just wants to live life. And then Mark played the captain guy, and he's the one that puts them to work. But he was in the war before, so he's got this concept of what it really means, like life and death and fighting in battle. And so I bring these three men together in a moment where, again, I talk about humanity a lot, but where they really needed to be people in order to look at their own survival. And one other thing too is I try to always bring women into my story, and so this is kind of one where it was this all male cast, and I don't know, I'm just bringing it up because I am cognizant of having female characters, and then I'm like, well, I guess I'm the one representing for this one. But those guys were great. And we cannot forget about Jeff Gardner, who does our sound, and he's a sound designer, and just he does a lot with Antaeus, and actually around Los Angeles quite a bit. So he's just one of those sought after people that is so insanely talented at what he does. He just understands bringing in layers and beauty and using sound to the best it can be. What do I want for the audience? What I want for the audience to get out of this particular zip code play, The Fire in Between for Griffith Park, is two things. One is history. Los Angeles has so many stories, and this is one. I moved to Los Angeles in 2004, and I'd never heard about that story. So that's one thing, just knowing that this is another thing that happened in Los Angeles, as tragic as it was. And the other thing is that, with my art and the way that I write, I do try to shed light on topics. So this one was definitely about race and because of where we came through 2019, 2020, 21, and everyone being so polarized, and you're this and you're that. And I just wanted to be like, we are different, and we must be different, but we have so many more similarities. And let's just please focus on the goodness of each other. And that's what I want people to take away from this as well. When I listen to the third season plays with the zip code plays for Antaeus, I'm listening for all the fun technical stuff. So I'm really listening for like, oh my gosh, what did that writer write, and what were they trying to accomplish with the sound? The sound. And then I'm also listening to how the actors are interpreting this very brief moment. I mean, the recordings happen so fast. I think you get like one rehearsal maybe, and you go. It's a very short process. So I'm listening for how quickly they are able to adapt to what they've been given and just shine in their talent. Like the talent is so incredible. It really is. And that's one of the fun things to listen to. Again, I talked about imagination earlier, and it's so fun to hear how people are, in this booth and just using their imagination to make things come alive. So I'm listening for that creativity, and I'm listening to what the writer what they probably intended for us to experience. So if people don't know that the Antaeus also creates the zip code tours. So for each season, there is a tour that you can take that is related to the particular play. So it is super cool because you're on it and then you're learning different things about the area. And again, I talk about us knowing, what we know about Los Angeles and the things that we don't. And these tours are so much like, oh gosh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. And it's fascinating. It's just the coolest thing. I think it's so creative, and what a great idea. What a great accompaniment to get to hear this fiction. Some things are fiction, some things are like mine, based on real things. But then you get this tour that shows you the real things. And you can just, go there and do it. And I think it's fantastic. Audiences must listen to the Zip Code Plays because it's enriching. It's an enriching experience that is unique. We're listening to a lot of podcasts these days and all of that, but as a radio play, it has its own place, its own feeling, its own thing. And all of these stories have something unique to say. So I would say it's a must, because to kind of give yourself something different to do, like literally creatively, but also to support. Man, so much work has gone into this, and it's theater, and going through us having no theater, this is what we did. And so I think it is a must. It's a must to support and be there. This has been fun. My name is Pepper Chambers, and I am a playwright with Antaeus' Zip Code Plays, season 2 and 3, thankfully. And please go listen. Please visit the website. Please listen to all of the plays. You will not be sorry, and you will learn something, and you'll be entertained. And when you feel safe, when you feel good, please, please go back to theater.
People should listen to the Zip Code Plays to get a slice of the Los Angeles life and to learn more about Los Angeles writers, something that I'm incredibly passionate about. I feel like here we don't support our own writers. And so it's really wonderful to listen and hear what Los Angeles writers are capable of. I think it's a really talented and brilliant community, and definitely could use more support from the public. Hi, my name is Diana Burbano, and I'm one of the writers of the Zip Code Plays at Antaeus Theatre. If you want to learn more, you can listen to this conversation. So I've been aware of the Zip Code Plays from the beginning, because I've been in the company since they started doing the Zip Code Plays. I just think it's fantastic. I've always loved radio plays, radio drama. I still listen to old time radio drama whenever I can, old Jack Benny and Dragnet. We listen to a lot of that. Because I just love the idea of listening to things. I actually get really exhausted watching plays on Zoom. I shouldn't say that, but it's true. So I generally don't watch, and I just listen. And I get everything from just listening to it. Even though there aren't any of the special effects or anything like that, I love listening to work. And so the Zip Code Plays is all these beautiful little dramas and comedies, but it's all sonic, and it's just a place to breathe, I think. And it's so magical, and they've been so interesting. And the fact that it's all about LA, I mean, it's a complete hook for somebody like me who's lived in LA for so long. And I absolutely love it here. Even when I find it makes me a bit kooky. So my piece is Hollywood 90028 and Marie Dressler, good gal. Marie Dressler was she was a performer she was actually a performer for a very long time. She was in vaudeville before she was in silence, before she was on Broadway, before she was in the talkies. And she's one of few actors who actually made the transition from every level of that thread. I mean, she started in vaudeville, right? if you're a stage actor, you know, there's something about being on stage and the vaudeville, having to control an audience. I mean, especially if you've ever done children's theater, it's like you have to be so vivid and so alive and so like almost out there to control an audience like that. So Marie does that. And she, but somehow she also manages to transition to the smallest acting that you do, which is on stage in the talkies, you know. And she becomes a box office #1 box office star. Now, the thing about Marie, she's not what you would call conventionally attractive. She was always a character woman. She was always considered sort of funny looking and always joked about the fact that she was ugly, that her father kicked her out of the house for being ugly. But audiences adored her. And for me, especially during the pandemic, especially as I'm looking at my career as an actor, which I still, you know, I have a massive love-hate relationship with, I just thought, to me, character actors are really special actors, right? A lot of the times they don't get the same kind of accolades. They don't get remembered. They're maybe less of the history. But the character actors are the ones who make the movies. They bolster the leads. They carry the plot. They move the story along. They tend to be the ones that the audience can connect with more than these beautiful, glamorous movie stars who are in the center. It's the character actors. I've always thought that. And so I wanted to write about this particular character actor because I've always loved her. I've always loved that period of time. I've always loved early movies. And because the zip code plays are about Hollywood and about Los Angeles, I proposed that as a way to, you know, let's look at our history, you know, because sometimes we in LA are like, we don't have history. Well, we do. I mean, I could go on forever. The history of Los Angeles and the movies is so interesting to me. In 1910, when it was D.W. Griffith did the first silent short here. I think it was called The Old Californian. It was a 17-minute short. That was in 1910. And then by 1914, Cecil B. DeMille makes a full-length movie. And then by 1918, it's a conglomerate. It's like 8 years. 8 years is when Hollywood became Hollywood. And there's just so much about that period to mine and to look at and to poke around in that I've always just been excited by it. I was thrilled when they said, yeah, write about that, write about early Hollywood through the character of Marie Dressler. The main story arc of Marie Dressler, Good Gal, it's about this character actress, Marie, and she is filming a movie. She's come into her dressing room to take a break, and she's talking about her life. It's very much sort of a biography. She just goes through what I just mentioned about the early Hollywood, about being a vaudevillian actor, about how she feels about it. And there's a secret that's revealed at the end about why she's compelled to tell you this. And Marie, it's a one-person piece. It's a monologue. And in it, Marie is looking for an ear, looking to leave some of herself behind, looking to make sure that people remember who she is. The main actress in this piece is Julia Fletcher, who is a really fantastic character actor with an amazing sort of smoky voice. And I think she wasn't doing an imitation of Marie, but she embodied the things that I most loved about Marie, which is the humor, the self-deprecating humor, the self-knowledge, but also like the self-worth that Marie had. So Julie was incredible in the part. My director, Cameron Watson, shared with me a love of old Hollywood. And I think that's where we sort of bonded right away, is that Cameron and I could talk about old Hollywood, I think, for a really long time. And I hope someday I can actually meet him in person and we can sit across from each other and just gab about all the stuff we love about Hollywood history, because I would love that. But it was just a treat to have somebody who really knew that subject matter direct it, because you could feel the love in the direction. And I do have to say that the most incredible thing was our sound. I think one of the strengths of the Zip Code Plays too is Jeff Gardner, who does all the sound. It's a masterclass in how to build a set sonically and to bring the the audience into a space when they can't see it, and it isn't really described, is it? It's only, you only hear it, and it's such a masterful thing to be able to do, to create a world just with noise and sound and music. And I think my piece is fairly simple, but it's so clear and so in the period, which was important to me and to the piece. You know, the actress smokes cigarettes, the walking shoes it's a certain kind of shoe that she wears. So when she walks, you really hear that. There's a certain kind of a sound that the movies used to make when the lights came on that they don't make anymore. All that is in the piece. And I think it really just enhances for me, and I hope for the audience, that feeling of you're in a different time. Going from normal playwriting to writing a radio play, I loved it. I've actually, this is my second one. I wrote one called The Vertical City, which was a science fiction piece for Actors Repertory in Portland. I really like the form. I like everything about it. I like the fact that it takes a lot of imagination. Like, the audience has to work as hard as the actors do, in a way, to make the world come true. And one of the things that I love the most about it is that, unlike seeing a play on stage, it's never the same for two people, right? One person imagines one thing, another person imagines another thing. They imagine what it looks like just in their heads. I love that. I love that it's not, I've always loved that I don't have full control about how people either interpret or hear my work, because I think the magic of an audience is their participation in the work. I would love the audience to, once they've heard the play and they're maybe driving on, maybe I would love for them to just sort of remember the character actors. Just think about them. Maybe not only Marie, but also all the other ones who are great contributors to movies that you've loved. There's just so many people. And the thing about actors, theater actors more than movie actors, but even movie actors, because I've done a lot of research about, there are so many people who have been in movies and we forget them, right? It's such a transitory thing to be an actor. You don't have the same, you don't leave anything behind. And I know it seems like you do. There's a lot of movies where people do leave things behind, but there's also so many movies that nobody watches anymore that have been lost. Even recent movies have been lost and don't exist. So for me, it's always like a little, that whole Clarence gets his wings thing, where if you think of an old character actor and it makes you go and look them up and maybe see if you can find one of those movies, then I think I've done my job. I would say if you're interested in the story of Marie Dressler, that you should go out and check some of her movies, especially Min and Bill and, oh my gosh, the Garbo movie, and Anna Christie. There's some really wonderful work going on in there. And it's always fun. Sometimes you think your students don't even go as far back as maybe The Graduate or maybe even The Godfather, golly, maybe even Working Girls sometimes, but it's always worth to go back and look at other things and look at what other people were doing. You learn so much from watching actors. What do I look forward to when I listen to Zip Code plays? I love being immersed in story. And I love just taking a moment for myself, taking the time for myself to listen to something wonderful. And I'd much rather do that. And to be honest, I'm in the car so much that the plays like the Zip Code plays just make it easy to get from one place to another, because I'm in another world, but I can still drive. Places like Antaeus Theatre Company are local theater companies for the community. And I think it's important that we have the voices that are right in there in the community for people to go and access and see. I mean, if we don't support our smaller theaters, then we will lose a pretty important voice. And because the smaller theaters are the ones producing more diverse playwrights and more diverse stories you're not going to see on the main stages, stories by women. So if you cut off the small theaters, you're going to cut off a lot of voices. So they're always worth your support. And I would say, even as an audience member, you can get involved, you can get involved. You can come be an usher, come work the box office, and then decide you want to write something, go take an acting class. I tell everybody to take an acting class. Not only will it be the most fun you'll have in your life, and you'll meet some wonderful people, you might spark something. And I love acting. I love theater. It's really fun. It's just a fun thing to do. I won't lie. So maybe it's not the most noble or, we're definitely not curing COVID, but we are bringing joy to ourselves, which sounds a little bit selfish, but I wager that a lot of us could use a little bit of joy right now. Hi, everybody. I'm Diana Burbano, and I am the playwright for the Zip Code Plays 90028, Marie Dressler, Good Gal. And I just want to invite you all to take a listen to the play and to listen to all 3 seasons. I think you'll find them really exciting. And as a matter of fact, we've been up for an Audio Award for Best Podcast. So we're all super, super excited about that. And I think you will be too. See you at the theater.
I think people should listen to the Zip Code Plays who want to hear great stories that really explore every facet of living in Los Angeles, which is one of, in the 4 years I've lived in Los Angeles, I've really come to appreciate just its incredible complexity and strangeness. It's a very strange town. And it's got such a rich history. So many different people have passed through here. So many different types of communities are rubbing up against each other in Los Angeles. So it's this real stew. And I think sometimes the best way to know a place is to explore the fiction about it. And the Zip Code Plays are a group of plays by contemporary writers really trying to get their hands and minds around one particular part of LA. And so it's just a really great exploration of the city and its people and its drama. Hi, I'm Daniel Hirsch. I'm a playwright and screenwriter who wrote for the 3rd season of Antaeus Theatre's Zip Code plays. And if you want to hear more about the Zip Code Plays, listen to this interview. I heard about the Zip Code Plays the first season of them, and I gobbled up season 1 and again was just so I love the format. I used to do a little bit of radio in college. I've always kind of been a fan of radio dramas, and I'm also someone who loves learning about different neighborhoods in a city, loves learning history, so it felt like such a great format to illuminate different parts of LA, sort of unheard stories of LA and different histories, and also a fun format to work in. I hadn't really written a play strictly for audio. So I was really, really excited about the prospect of collaborating on this and working on my own script. I knew right away as soon as I heard that they were doing this, that this was something I wanted to participate in and come up with an idea for. So I actually recently moved to this zip code. I'm not technically in the neighborhood that gets called Frogtown, but I'm right across the street basically. And it's such a fascinating neighborhood. There's something so LA about it. There's something very strange about it. It's this very geographically isolated neighborhood. Basically the 5 freeway is one border and the LA River is the other. So it's just this little sliver of land between Silver Lake and Glassell Park, Glendale, Atwater Village. And it's very geographically isolated. And it's also a neighborhood experiencing massive gentrification right now. It's historically been an overlooked neighborhood, but much is happening and changing there, including these big ecological changes. So that section of the LA River, there's been all these efforts to revitalize it, regreen it. There's plans for big parks a la the High Line in New York, in Frogtown, which I'm kind of lost track where they are in the development, and I think the pandemic probably threw things off. But but yeah, so it's a neighborhood that's experiencing massive change that is both sort of sociological and ecological. There's really an effort to deal with the river in a new way. And so I've been really fascinated with this neighborhood since I heard about it when I first moved to LA. So I knew I wanted to do this zip code when there was a call for proposals from Antaeus. And then I just Googled, I just hit Wikipedia, read through old LA Times articles to sort of find an interesting nugget about Frogtown's history, to try to really figure out what my in was. And I came across this article, I think it was from KCET, about where the name Frogtown came from. And the name Frogtown truly did come because every year there would be a seasonal infestation of these little frogs or toads. People aren't quite sure what they were. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. What happened to these frogs? And like, I think about in the 80s or 90s, suddenly there was no more frogs every spring. And it's unclear exactly why. And I just thought that was so interesting. That was like a perfect little nugget of neighborhood history to dive into and explore. And thinking about the massive sociological changes and ecological changes happening in the neighborhood, and thinking about this history of Frogtown, where it came from, the development of the neighborhood, those like things all merged together. And landed on this play about new homeowners. My zip code play, Frogtown 90039 and Maxius Boreas, is about two new homeowners who moved to Frogtown, only to discover shortly after moving that they are experiencing a massive biblical scale infestation of tiny little amphibians, these frogs, inhabiting their new home. So we kind of watched this couple, Issa and Hannah. So we watched this couple, Issa and Hannah, navigate this bizarre ecological occurrence while at the same time navigating a kind of challenging relationship with a longtime neighbor, or he's their new neighbor, but he's a longtime resident named Bernard. And it's kind of a comedy of manners between this new couple and this new neighbor, and then also a sort of surreal, overwhelming plague of frogs. So I had a great crew of collaborators working on my play about Frogtown. So the actors were Rebecca Tripp, Caroline Ratteray, and Alex Alfaro, who are Antean actors. And I think they just brought so much to the roles. We had a really short rehearsal time, but they just dove in and inhabited these characters and made really great choices. And then my director was a director named Sarah Lyons, who I actually know from graduate school. And they, again, like with limited rehearsal time, really deconstructed the material and built it back up again with the actors. Because I mean, all of it took place on Zoom. So like we have this, in the center of the play, there's a long-term relationship, and you have to feel the long-term and intimacy of their connection very quickly in the course of the play. And so that all happened on Zoom in like a very short rehearsal time. And then Jeff Gardner was our incredible sound designer. He designed all the sound for all of the Zip Code plays. I mean, when I was writing this play, I was sort of nervous. I was like, is this too big? Like at some point there's frogs coming through the walls because like there's so and there's a huge thunderstorm in the middle of the play. And I was leaning on that stuff because I was like, this is what audio drama can do that maybe like a stage play can't. It can do these big sound effects and put you like in a different world. And so I was a little sheepish when my first draft. And the Bill and Anna, the producers of the Zip Code play, and Jeff were like, no, go big. Like we want this, we like this play because it's leaning into sound and doing something big with it. And Jeff was totally up for the challenge of designing a gigantic swarm of frogs in this little bungalow in Frogtown. So I think there's a lot of things that are really different about writing just for audio versus writing for stage. But I will say the core element of like knowing who your characters are and knowing what the story is shared universally throughout all types of dramatic writing. So in some ways it was really, you know, as working with a set of constraints, you know, I was like, okay, 3 characters in somewhere in LA, like, and that is very similar to writing for a stage. Like you're like, okay, I have a cast of 4 and like limited sets. Like, what can I write? So in some ways it was very similar, and then in ways it was like really different. I think the freedom to explore sound and create big special effects is something I think I would shy away from on stage. You know, I'm an emerging writer, and you know, I'm often pitching plays to like young companies that don't have gigantic budgets. So in a stage play, I think I would feel pretty shy about being like, okay, in the second act, there's a gigantic infestation of frogs. I need the roof to collapse. And I need it to be like flooded with like swamp water. I would never write that, or like, I would be very careful about including that in a stage. Cause I think at this point in my career, I want plays to look producible. I want a theater company to be like, oh, this is within our ability. But with sound, I could go kind of ham. I could go big with it because Jeff Gardner, our incredible sound designer, has a whole library of sound effects that he could layer in. He could amplify. He could make strange. So that was really fun to get the chance to like have special effects in my work. And yeah, and then I mean, I think, and then there's like little things that are I didn't think about when I first started writing that I learned about as I was going along and when I was getting feedback from Jeff. And that's just like placing people is like a thing you have to think about when you're writing an audio drama. So like if I had a scene where these 2 characters in a room, like I, as the writer, sort of had to figure out like how far away they were and when they came together and when they like were apart, just because like it impacts the quality of the actor's voice. You know, if they're entering a room, they have to lean back from the camera and then push in. So like just getting like a little granular about like space and location was definitely different as a playwright who's just like, they enter, they're on stage, like you'll figure out where they are in the room eventually. But as I was writing it, like really figuring out entrances and exits were a thing I had to think through. Yeah, and then just I think also, you know, I had a theater writing, my mentor in playwriting often said, like, if there's a vital piece of information in your play, you should probably say it twice, because like, what if someone coughs the first time an actor says it? And I think in the world of audio dramas, it's almost 3 times, just because you only have your ears to hear information. There's nothing visual to like undergird it. So you really, and there's no way to catch up sometimes when you're listening to an audio drama. So I think just being really clear about relationships, about stakes, about story points. So the person who's on their Peloton listening or walking their dog or doing laundry won't get left behind in the story. I hope that the audience who listens to my Zip Code play walks away from it really thinking about, these big forces changing LA, and that's climate change, ecological change, and gentrification. And the play asks a lot of questions about what it means to enter a neighborhood as a newcomer. And not just a neighborhood, but like on a larger scale, like an ecology. What is your responsibility to the place that you come to as a new arrival? What do you owe the natural worlds? What do you owe the original inhabitants? And then it sort of also asks, like, what does it even mean to be an original inhabitant? Because I think the real original inhabitants is the earth. And so the play asks a lot of questions, ethical questions, and sort of, about that kind of responsibility. So I hope audiences leave the play thinking about that, thinking about their own role in whatever ecologies they're a part of. When I listen to the Zip Code plays, I really look forward to getting to know a new slice of Los Angeles, getting a glimpse into a piece of history. And then, of course, like, I look forward to just these rich, fully embodied performances. I think all of the cast do such a good job inhabiting these roles that are just voice. And so I look forward to spending time with like fully embodied characters that are just voices. And just like I love the use of sound, and I love hearing how Jeff and the whole creative team makes a world that feels like totally immersive and grounded in reality, even though it's all sound effects. Companies like Antaeus is so important because they're hubs of community. And when you have a theater in a downtown Glendale, people are going to go to it, and then they're also going to go out to dinner, and then they're also going to congregate in your public spaces. And without that, you have a void, and you have there's not places for us to get away from Zoom, get away from our homes. And I think in the last 2 years, we're like in a mental health crisis because people are trapped at home. And I think we've seen how vital it is to congregate, to commune with others. And spaces like Antaeus that represent a wealth of voices can be that communal watering hole, that place where people congregate. So I think supporting theater, supporting local theater is so vital for community health. My name is Daniel Hirsch, and I'm a playwright with Antaeus Theatre. And I encourage anyone who hasn't done so already to listen to season 3 of the Zip Code plays. See you at the theater.
People should listen to the Zip Code plays because it is in the Antaeus tradition. We are calling forth a theatrical experience from the past and highlighting and illuminating how it can be done today. That anything we do as humans, any way we create art is never lost. It is only transformed or adapted, but we stand on the shoulders of those who've gone before. And I think it's important we do not forget that. There's so many artists that their only medium they had was radio. And nobody thinks about them, but now they are. So I think these Zip Code plays do what Antaeus does best, which is call forth the past and say, and now, why now? Why do we need to hear this now? We need to hear it now because we need to take this old art form that we've kind of forgotten about and bring it into the present to highlight what is going on in our world today. And in the way this project also highlights these zip codes in Los Angeles, the historical precedents of these neighborhoods, how they've changed, how they've been lost, or how they've remained exactly the same, unbeknownst to anyone. Our history is important. And lest we forget where we've come from, whose land we're really standing on, whose, whose hard work we are benefiting from. And we forget that. We get very caught up in our present day and the future, but we must remember where we've come from. So I think people need to listen to the plays just because they need to know like how cool Los Angeles is, but also how amazing radio plays are. Like just what you can really discern. And maybe get off your screen for a while. Like maybe stop looking at this black mirror here and maybe listen and sit in space with someone, maybe listen together. My name is Ann Noble. I am an actor, playwright, director, arts educator, jail chaplain. I'm with Antaeus Theatre Company, and I'm the author of the zip code play Blue Like You, which takes place in the women's jail in Linwood, California. That's in Los Angeles. Please come to Antaeus to listen to it, and also please listen to this interview if you want to know more. The story for Blue Like You in Linwood came because I'm actually a jail chaplain. So I have been visiting the LA County jails for, going on 5 years now. I've been part of a group called Prism Restorative Justice, which was founded by two Episcopalian monks. Their monastery is called the Community of Divine Love. And I got involved with them through a very long circuitous story, through All Saints Church, through theater, through Boston Court, this amazing story. But I've worked with incarcerated youth for a decade, doing a theater program through Antaeus Theatre Company. And I started going into the jails as a chaplain, just sitting with people, doing church services, doing spiritual work, reading poetry, creative work. And it's a call. I feel at home in the jails, which may sound crazy to some people, but it's where I find it's just my home. And so when I've never written anything about my experience in the jails. I've written poetry, but not anything that's really been in theatrical dramatic form. And when the zip code plays started, the zip code plays actually started because of Ed Napier, that writer I told you about that started the Playwrights Lab. He was the one that came up with the idea of it, and we did 2 versions of it back in person at Antaeus a while ago, and I participated in both of those. I wrote a play set in Burbank, and I can't remember where the other one was set, but I did Burbank Airport. And so I knew what the zip code plays were about, and then when we decided to do radio plays for COVID, I thought, oh, this is brilliant. And I didn't submit initially to write one. I was busy doing other things, and then when the second round came about, I pitched Linwood. I was like, nobody knows that this women's jail is right in the heart of Linwood, and where the Rodney King riots were, and the women's jail was the first jail I went into, and I had a profound experience there, and so I've been going in there ever since, and I'm the actual program director now of Prism Restorative Justice. The monks have moved up to San Luis Obispo and are working in the jails and prisons up there. And so I'm working with a woman named Sharon Crandall now, and we run the program. And so I'm going to very shortly become the senior chaplain at CRDF, which is the women's jail in Linwood, California. And so in the zip code play, they asked for pitches for a zip code. I was like, I have to write this piece. And I wanted to write a piece about a mother and a daughter, because in the women's jail, it's always that story. It's always a mother's incarcerated and her daughter's outside and doesn't understand, or the daughter is inside and the mother is outside and doesn't understand. And I think we don't think about, when we think about the incarcerated, we think about criminals. We don't think about the life circumstances that may have led to some of that criminal activity. We also don't think about how it tears families apart, and that what it means to a child to lose their parent to incarceration, and how difficult it is to visit, to see, to contact, to reach out to an individual who is incarcerated. It is unbelievably difficult to remain in contact with them. And everything's observed too, everything's watched. So there's no private contact. So if you just think about that, like think about what it's like to, you have something going wrong in your day and you can't have a private conversation with your mother or your sister or your daughter. It's always watched. And we know that's like a little bit, our surveillance state we have right these days where everything's being listened to and watched, but we don't really think of it. But I felt I had to write about this because people don't know what's going on in there. And while I can't speak to everything that goes on in there, I can tell a story. I can take the experiences I've had through the women I've met, and I can highlight and maybe illuminate some of what goes on in there and who those people really are. They're people, actually. They're not the other. They're actually just people like us. And so I felt it was important to illuminate what was going on in there and illuminate the courage I see, the humor I experience, and the sorrow. And so that for me was really important. And I was just so grateful that it was selected and chosen to be a part of it. I was really excited. It's a mother who is incarcerated, and she's normally visited by her mother. Every week or so, the mother comes as a regular visit, and then this time it's actually her daughter that shows up instead. And so it is a mother-daughter reunion, and they have not spoken for quite some time. And there are some very hard feelings and some misunderstandings. And it is a story that is about two women who should be connected or should be family, who don't feel like family, but discover they are family. And it also, part of the Zip Code Plays mission is to highlight the zip code, is to highlight this location in LA that maybe people don't know about. So it also talks a little bit about the history of Linwood itself, the city where this jail is sitting, and a lot of people don't know about, because the characters lived in Linwood as well. And so it's a mother-daughter reunion, I guess is the best way to say it. It also does highlight some of what goes on in the jail, some of the rules and what people have to deal with there. And some of our misconceptions about what goes on in there, but it's all told through the eyes of the mother and daughter. But the play is also set from the perspective of the mother. So a lot of people don't think about this, but in a radio play, you actually have to think about the camera. Where is the point of view? So in the play itself, you will hear that Mercy, the mother, she's clear. Her voice is clear. Her daughter's voice is through the visiting window and through the phone. So her daughter's voice is always different. It's not fully clear because we are fully in the mother's point of view. So we are incarcerated in this episode. So it's a very subtle thing that not a lot of people picked up on, but it matters. Again, a shout out to our amazing sound person, Jeff Gardner, who produces this whole thing and does all this stuff. He is adamant. He talks to all the playwrights and directors and actors. He says, we have to know where the point of view is. We have to know, where is the camera? Where are we looking to? It matters with sound, where the voice is coming from, where we hear it. And because I directed one of the first Zip Code plays, I got the lecture. I got the lecture about point of view in a radio play, which I had never thought about as a writer. And so I had a little pre-training. So when I sat down to write the play, I knew to make sure I had a very clear point of view. Who is our lead character, you know? And so I wanted to put it on the side of Mercy, named that on purpose. But I wanted to put it in very clearly in her point of view so that we would have that feeling of what it feels like to reach out to our loved one, and their voice is always a little different and never quite clear. And the sounds, those really oppressive sounds that are in the jail, that people also don't think a lot about. You know, it sounds different. And a radio play is an absolutely perfect way to highlight how foreign the environment is for someone who's on the outside. Jeff Gardner, who produces and does everything, all the sound, he's been a Foley artist, and he's worked with LA Theater Works, so he knows how to do live sound, like in the moment, make things sound like what they sound like. And he's done, you know, he's also done, I can't tell how many sound designs for theater around town here in Los Angeles and elsewhere. But he really creates a world, and he invites the playwright to think about the world itself as well. So he does this beautiful thing where he is not something that's added on. Even though, yes, we record it and then he puts the sound in afterwards, he invites the writer. He's letting the writer create the world and then enhancing it. So not so much he's like frosting on the cake. He's part of the cake. He very much is there to serve the piece and create the sounds and the quality of the environment to illuminate the play. So he is, I think, yes, his work is another character in the play, absolutely 100%. And he's just a master. He just knows how to do it, a sense of rhythm and timing, what works, what doesn't work. He's so helpful. He can tell you right away that that's something we can't do, or this is, yes, we can do that, or I'm not sure if we can do that, let's try. He's an artist in the highest sense of the word. And then the director, Jonathan Munoz-Prue, I have worked with him before. He directed a play of mine, a reading of a play of mine at Courage Theater. And I was introduced to him through that theater company, and we just got each other. We just got along. He gets my writing. I have a very, my plays appear to be just how people talk, but they actually have a very specific rhythm to them. And he gets that. And he's just an extraordinary director. He is loving and firm and clever and brilliant. And he works so well with actors. He's got that perfect balance, what I call the mothering instinct, that perfect balance where he can love people, but also let's do it better, you know, and he's just so wonderful. And it's a very short rehearsal time we have, and he knows how to work in that frame as well. He's just, you know, he is also a brilliant artist and also just a total pro. So when they selected this piece, I was asked which director I'd like, and he was the first name on my list. I wanted to work with him, and he was available and said yes. So that was just a joy. The actors, Juana Martinez and Claudia Elmore. Claudia was in the reading that Jonathan directed of that play. And that's how I got introduced to her as well. She also then, when I was casting for Antaeus, I brought her in, and she was in our production of Caucasian Chalk Circle. She's just a dream. She is just such a beautiful artist, and funny and powerful, and her voice is so beautiful, and I just absolutely adore her. So that was what they say, a no-brainer. And then Juana, I've known Juana through Antaeus for years. We actually were double cast in the same role in Hedda Gabler, produced back in the old space at Antaeus in North Hollywood. So we got to know each other. You know, when you're double cast with another actor on a role at Antaeus, which is how we used to do all our productions, you get to know each other really well because you have to go through creating this character together, and it can be hard. So you really get to know each other. And I just, Quanah is just such a powerhouse. She is, but she's got this really soft, mushy heart. And that it was just perfect casting for Mercy. She's got to be tough and strong, but she also just has this little mushy, soft heart that is just so beautiful. And you know, she's just, and again, another pro. I knew the plays, we don't have a lot of rehearsal time, and we just need people who can bring it, and can bring it quickly and powerfully and beautifully and professionally, but who have that heart that is going to make it so, that can bring that vulnerability. And I know people who can work really, really fast, and I know people who can bring the heart. It's sometimes you don't always find those two to go together, and we just found it. It was lightning in a bottle. And when I got back the first, I was there for the first read through, and it was beautiful. But then when I got the first rough audio recording, I was just, I was so excited. It was just beautiful. And then everybody just came together so beautifully. I could not be happier with it. It's absolutely what I heard in my mind's eye that it would be. So the process was just, I was so blessed to have such incredible people. You know, for me, the difference between the radio play, the podcast versus an actual stage play, I mean, again, you can't see it, so you have to imagine it. But I actually it has a slightly similar quality to writing a screenplay, because when you write a screenplay, and I'm talking about the stage directions, right? The action lines, you have to write something that when people read it, so I'm not talking about what you'll see on the film. I am talking about when someone reads your screenplay, they have to read it and see it. So for me, I thought a little bit about when I write for film, television, new media, but they're talking it. It's not just, obviously you can't see the stage directions, but I thought about, I have to get people to see what they're saying. And so that's kind of how I thought of it. The difference is, obviously you're not communicating the story visually in what we see. You're communicating the story visually through what you hear. So I really thought about how much words and then the lack of words convey. So again, you can't just talk about stuff like, for me, oh, look at that pencil you're holding. You can't do that, right? You don't want to do that. That's talking down to your audience. But if, your character says, I'm going to write that down, and then you just hear this little scribbling of the pencil, we'll know what it is. So there's a trust of your audience you have to have. And I love words. I will sit and listen to characters talk forever. And I also, even when I write my plays, they're really more auditory than they are visual anyway. I don't think in a visual way, like a Julie Taymor way. I don't think that way. I think in how words carry meaning, and not even words describing what we're seeing, just the way people talk, the way they run on their sentences and talk over each other, and they're really, really fast, and then they'll slow down because something happened, or they stop talking and there's a silence. So for me, it was really paying attention to rhythm, silence, and the tone of voice. So how people are talking, not just what they're talking about. And again, I think my skills as an actor, putting myself in the actual situation, like I act out all my plays when I'm writing them. I'll sit there and actually act them out. So I'll pick up the phone and talk. And as Jeff Gardner told us, people are in space. We're just recording their voice. They're in space. And I think we don't realize how much we're conveying by our tone of voice and what we say and what we do. I mean, if you really close your eyes and listen, you pick up a lot more than you realize you do. We're so dependent on our eyes, but we don't realize how much we're actually hearing. I think the Zoom world has actually highlighted that, because the Zoom, even though we can see each other, the video quality is kind of flat. And sometimes you can't see people, but they'll go off video, but you can hear them. So I've taught a lot of acting over Zoom, and people get very frustrated because they sometimes can't see each other. If they're looking at their script, they can't look at the other person. And then I say, well, why don't you listen? Why don't you listen to their voice? What do you hear? I encourage a lot of my acting students to do their rehearsals over the phone or to turn off their video and just listen. So for me, the difference was very subtle, and it really wasn't that extreme. I felt it was sort of right in my wheelhouse, because it's maybe, again, because of my auditory nature, but it's how I like to write as a playwright. I like words to convey. I guess it's a little bias I have for theater versus film. We can't compete with film in the theater. We just can't. We can't set it in Arabia. We can pretend, which is its power. But so my feeling is, why try? Let's watch what the human body is doing in space, how they're transforming the world around them, but their voice. And by the voice, I mean the whole body. But words, just words. I have a bias for it, I guess. So I think there's something in the theater about the human voice, the way we express our words, and they become poetry. I think of it like one of my favorite musicals is Hamilton, and I've never seen it. I've only listened to it. But I know there's amazing choreography. I do know that. And I know visually it's beautiful. But the auditory experience, I was fully immersed and I was fully there. So for me, using our words in rhythm and poetry and telling a story just with words, I'm down. So I didn't feel it was that much different for me. I felt it kind of really settled in. There was a couple things I was like, ooh, gosh, I have to think about how I'm going to do that. But again, because I knew the environment I was writing in a jail, I know what that's like. I know the sounds. And you have to be very alert when you're in the jail. You can't just be hanging out. You have to be very attentive, and your eyes only go one direction. So you have to listen. It's really important. So I knew that environment, and I knew Jeff Gardner would be able to make it sound good. So that carried a lot of weight itself. Well, I hope when the audience listens to the play, I hope they maybe think a little differently about the incarcerated, about what that experience is like. I hope they recognize themselves in their own relationships with their family. I hope it tenderizes their hearts a little bit. I think those, two things, if we can recognize ourselves in the other, we have a chance to not other the other. And so for me, the play is not there to say, you should go into the jails, you should vote a certain way, you should do something that I think you should do. That's not my job. My job is to hopefully allow the audience to recognize themselves in these characters or this situation, and that will open their heart, which will then open their mind and their eyes or their ears to see and hear in a different way. That for me is the only way anything's going to change, because that inspires a human to start to make good decisions, as opposed to, this is what you should do. I really am not in the game here to tell anyone what to do. I don't think that's healthy. Then it's you acting out something you think you should do because I told you to. And I don't think that makes for good human beings. I think what makes for good human beings is a freedom to choose wisely. And I think we only are at liberty to do that when we see ourselves in the other. Because if we don't see ourselves in the other, then we're always under threat. And when we're under threat, we make very poor choices. We make closed-minded choices. We make fearful choices. But if we can open our circle a little bit, then maybe we can make some braver choices. We can maybe be willing to step out of our comfort zone, maybe we could consider helping somebody that we didn't think about helping before, or listening to somebody we haven't listened to before. You know, I think a lot of us, oh, I'll donate here and I'll donate there, and that's important. But I encourage everyone to go to the places you're donating to, and to actually have a physical response and feel what it's like to be in a circumstance that you've not been in before. That's what I hope. And that for me is the only way I've seen people change, is when they feel, the old Coleridge quote, what comes from the heart goes to the heart. And that's what I hope. I love listening to zip code plays. First of all, just because I can listen while I'm stuck in traffic, right? Like I can listen anywhere, which is so beautiful. But I also, I love you're just totally immersed. So the auditory experience is completely surrounding. Visual experience is only in front of us. You know, everything behind me right now, I mean, I can see it on my Zoom screen, but everything behind me right now is gone. Doesn't exist. Not until I do this. But auditory is 3-dimensional. It's 360 degrees. It's immersive. And sound is very important to me. As I said, my vision is terrible. So for me, what I hear is so important. And I love that I'm not looking at something and I'm immersed in it. It's just so powerful to me. I also love listening to my fellow artists and what they come up with. I listen to some of these zip code plays. I'm like, I never would have thought of that. Like, I would never write a play like that. That is amazing to me. I also don't know a lot about these zip codes. I'm not from LA. And I think when a lot of people move to LA, they move to LA for the business. And so they get very caught up in that. We get on an agenda, on task. I'm here for my career. And we don't look at this incredible, beautiful city we have around us. It's unbelievably diverse and exciting, and there's all these little pockets and corners, and because it's so spread out, we just don't go there. We tend to stay in our little safe neighborhood, our little clique, or if we do go somewhere, we're going for an audition and then we come back and we don't have time to explore. And so this project is offering people a chance to explore their own city that, we get so busy, we just don't have time to. So I love them. They are so funny and weird and unique, and every single one is different. Even some we've had repeat writers, they're totally different. It's incredible. I love it. They're so beautiful. I love the way they're orchestrated too over a season. I really do try to listen to them in order and hear how they progress and how they've been put together. And I love listening to Ramon, who does the narration in between, who's a very dear friend of mine. He also worked with me with incarcerated youth for years. And so he's a dear friend, and I love listening to his contribution and how they're really crafted all together. You can listen to one, but you can also listen to this whole evening of plays, or afternoon as the day would go on. So I love it. I absolutely love it. And it's opened my eyes to things I did not know about the city and about my fellow writers and all these other, some actors I've not heard of. I was like, who's that actor? I didn't know them. That's ridiculous. I should know them. And also putting together the different actors. Like, we have some actors in the company I've known for years. So the one I directed, the Pacific Palisades, I know Adrian, Harry, Nikki, I've known them forever. And then to hear actors together who've not known each other. So Quanah and Claudia in my play, they've maybe met a couple times at Antaeus because Claudia did a show there and Quanah's always there. But they didn't really know each other. So they had to build this mother-daughter relationship like that. And so that's also very exciting to me, putting together new actors who've not been together before. So I just love them. I'm so proud that we've done them. And it was such a wonderful thing to lean into during COVID, especially early on when we were, things are uncertain now, but it was so uncertain and we just didn't know what was going to happen. It was such a beautiful place to lean into during those uncertain times. And I'm just so proud of all of us for doing it. I love them. Yeah, I love them. And people can listen all over the world. I have friends all over the world. They can tune in and listen. theaters like Antaeus are, well, all theaters are so important because we need a place as humans to tell our stories and to tell them in a form, because otherwise it just becomes a bunch of Facebook posts. So what we're getting in our world today through social media is a lot of posting. So I'm expressing myself. The problem is my expressions are not being received in a way that I can actually experience. So I get little likes or thumbs up, or someone screams at me back because they don't like what I said, and then it becomes an argument. So we're broadcasting, but no one's really listening. In the theater, it's not merely expression, it's conveyance. So as an artist, as a human being, I don't feel connected until I am experiencing conveyance. Expression is one thing, that is important. But when it's received by another human being and I see it being received, whether they like it or not, if they're like, ew, oh, wow, why, ew, why didn't you like it? That's when we feel human. And that's what a theater does. A theater is a place of conveyance of human expression. And if we are not experiencing conveyance, I think we die. I literally think we die. I think we starve and we die. And we turn into what we are experiencing in our world, where we're yelling and no one's listening. And so because no one's listening, we yell louder. But when you are in a theater experience, a storytelling experience, someone's listening, someone's talking. And then after it's over, it switches. And the audience talks to the artist. I loved how you did that. I loved how you did that. And the artist is like, oh, interesting, or interesting. It's an exchange. And we're not exchanging right now. We're just screaming into the void. And what a shock we don't feel heard, because we're not being heard. And a theater experience, again, forces exchange. We have to sit and listen to each other. And then you listen, and then I listen, and then you listen, and then I listen. And I think people are hungry for that, and I think they're starving for that. So every local theater needs to be supported by the community, because it's a place to go to practice that, to stay human, to stay present, to stay in the here and now. And theaters that have communities that have theaters do better. They do better. People are kinder. There's less crime. There's more thriving. There's more sharing. There's more understanding. Wonder why? So I encourage anyone, you have an extra 50 cents, throw it at your local theater. Go find your local theater. It's there. You don't realize it's there. It's above the pet shop. You know, you don't know. What are all those people with white pieces of paper outside talking to themselves? Oh, it's a little theater. It's a little studio. Go there. See what's there. You know, it's so vital. It's so important. It's so important. We're starving and we need to feed ourselves. And that's how we feed ourselves. I'm Ann Noble, and I'm a very proud member of Antaeus Theatre Company and its Playwrights Lab. And I encourage everyone to come and listen, antaeus.org. Listen to all the zip code plays. You will learn a lot about Los Angeles. And I would also encourage you to pay a little more attention to the incarcerated, to the houseless, the people that are looking for homes out on the streets, and the people you may not have such a fine opinion of. I encourage everyone to practice deep listening, and you can find me also at prismjustice.org. That's Prism Restorative Justice. We visit the incarcerated, and I would invite you to come check that out. You might be surprised.
People should listen to the Zip Code plays to find out more about Los Angeles in a dramatic way. You can find out about Los Angeles in many different ways, but it's a great intro to be a fly on the wall in people's lives and in their most dramatic or comic moments. Not only, hear a compelling story and follow a journey of people, but at the same time, learn about a neighborhood. Hi, I'm Alex Goldberg, a playwright who wrote The Six Pianos of Miradero, which is part of the Zip Code Play series at Antaeus Theatre Company. If you'd like to hear more, please listen to this conversation. So following the first season of the radio plays, and the theater company would have events, salons, where they would do a listening party, and then they'd have a panel and discuss the play and that sort of thing. And following the first panel, a woman named Arlene Vidor approached me via email, and she is one of the board members or trustees of the theater company, and she's also a Glendale historian. And she said, well, we're the theater's in Glendale. We'd love to have a Glendale story. And I knew right away, she's the perfect person to talk about it with. And so I said, you tell me some ideas, tell me some stories that are important to Glendale history, and I would be happy to dramatize it. And so for months, she and I went back and forth, and she had some ideas, and all of her ideas were very good story ideas. But some of them either didn't resonate with me or weren't my story to tell. And the different stories are about different people, and I won't get into that. But like some stories aren't for me to be the playwright for. But this one about Leslie Brand, who was one of the city's founders, and what happens right after he passes away, it really hit me. And I said, oh, I know how this story is going to work. I know how we can increase the dramatic stakes in the short format. And I know how we will, make it exciting. And I also understand these characters, and I feel for all of them, which is important when you write. You have to, put yourself in every character's shoes. So The Six Pianos of Miradero tells the story of Leslie Brand. He is one of the real-life city founders of Glendale. The city existed, but it was basically a small farming community. He moved here, saw the potential, not just for the city and the beautiful area that he loved, but also the potential for him to get extremely stupid rich. And he did just that. He bought huge tracts of land. He brought commerce to Glendale, brought railway lines, brought water, brought electricity, and then started selling off his land into subdivisions, became enormously wealthy. And when he passed away, he wound up leaving most of his estate to the city of Glendale, most notably the Brand Library, which was his house at the time. It was called El Miradero. Huge house on a hill. If you haven't seen it, look it up and you'll recognize it. Anyone who lived in LA and knows Glendale sees it sitting on the hill. So it also learned in my research about him that he was a bigamist. He was married and then married a second time when he got a younger woman pregnant. So I guess in his mind, bigamy is less of a crime than having a bastard child. So he wound up marrying two women. And so this is a story about the reading of the will after he passes. And the people present at the will reading are the lawyer and his two wives, who discover each other's who they are early on in the story. It's always a joy working with Antaeus because they bring together such wonderful people. I had known Lisa Dring for about a year. I had actually met her during the pandemic, so I never met her in person, but I witnessed her do some script analysis of another script. I hired her to do some work on one of my scripts, and then this opportunity came up, said I want her to direct because she is truly a captain. All directors have to be able to completely run the room, and it's very difficult for these radio plays because the rehearsal process is so quick. So once she was on board, I was very happy. And then, it's such a joy to go to the theater and have that meeting where you discuss casting. You have like a list of so many wonderful actors, like 5 to 7 people that could easily jump into these roles. And we agreed on our first choices. Kitty Swink plays Mary Louise Brand. She's one of the former artistic directors of the theater and just a powerhouse of an actor. Peter James Smith is one of my favorite actors that I've ever watched, let alone worked with. He's been involved in and out with the theater company for years. He was on The West Wing. He was one of the staffers, so he was in 75 or 60 episodes of The West Wing. And Alex Hellquist rounds out our triangle of actors, and she is just a fearless person. And when I was writing the script, I actually had her in mind because there were some emotional twists that happened on a dime, and not many people could do that convincingly, and I knew she could. So having those three actors, having the director, just a great all-star team, and we were ready to go. What I would like audiences to take from this play is that with every empire that is built, with every great city or great buildings that rise up, it comes at the sacrifice of many people, and those people often go unrecognized. You will know, they always say history is written by the victors, and that is true. We have Brand Boulevard in Glendale, which he literally named after himself. That wasn't named in his honor. He named it that. And he's got this building named after him, and he did so much. But you don't hear about the people who sacrifice for that dream and for that vision. And I wanted to highlight a story about two women in his life who did just that. And they had to put aside maybe their dreams or ambitions so he could get his. I enjoy listening to all of the Zip Code plays because in this short play format, you're instantly immersed in a different neighborhood. And when the audio is done well, and with Jeff Gardner, it always is, right away, you can tell a little bit where you are by what you're hearing. Are you hearing highways? Are you hearing ocean? Are you hearing, urban cityscape? And which urban cityscape are you hearing? There's so many different sounds of Los Angeles, just like there are so many different neighborhoods. So that's what I want to do, is be immersed right away into story about people that I don't know, but I want to get to know them. Theater companies like Antaeus are extremely important to the local artistic scene. Every city has theater companies, and they're the heart. Arts are the heart and soul of any city. And it's always the same when cities grow, is there's a vibrant arts community, and then it draws people in. People come in and they go to the theater and they go to the restaurant next door. And so that restaurant benefits, and they go to a bar afterwards and that sort of thing. Theater not only employs people and creates great art, but it helps to foster community. LA is made up of, as we've seen the Zip Code plays, dozens of small communities. And if you look not even too hard, you'll see that in most of these communities, there is a live performance scene, and support it. You don't have to go too far. You don't have to sit in traffic. Although I would say some of the, not all of them, but some of them, like Antaeus, are worth sitting in traffic for. Hi, I'm Alex Goldberg, and I'm a playwright. I wrote The Six Pianos of Miradero, which is part of the Zip Code Plays radio series at Antaeus Theatre Company. All 3 seasons of the Zip Code Play series, which are short plays set in different Los Angeles zip codes, are available, and they're available for free.
I've enjoyed listening to the Zip Code plays. I've listened to all of them, all the seasons, and I think that when you are in this COVID world, especially, I've gotten into podcasts a little bit, which I hadn't before, and the discovery that you find out. But not only that, but in each of these iterations of zip codes, I've learned something about a zip code that I didn't know about, or either that, or it kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? It deepened my knowledge of certain parts of LA. I've been in LA for, it'll be 40 years soon, and I'm still surprised to find out new things. And I just found out a lot of new locations, and it was just fascinating. So I think one of the things that they have at the website is to do sort of a tour, an online tour of these locations, and I think that's pretty fascinating. I think a lot of people in LA could possibly know that there's sound studios all over Los Angeles, but probably a lot of people who aren't in the business don't know that the majority of them are in Burbank, those kind of things. Or, the Frog Town, that one in particular, that you learn about these frogs, and I just didn't know about that. So there's a lot of fascinating things. There's the new one. I first moved here and I lived in Glendale, and I went to Brand Park a lot. And there's one about Brand Park on this round. And it's just some fascinating history that I just didn't know about. And it makes you dig a little bit more, if you're a curious person, into, wow, I didn't know that. That's a fascinating story. And these group of writers have dug in and found some really fascinating stories in each of these zip codes. But I think also in them, there's a lot of lessons to be learned, whether it's tolerance or love or any of these human emotions that we have. There's a lot in there that is discussed that I think will grab your heart, and in many cases it will make you laugh too. So I think they're just like little nuggets, especially again in this COVID world that we're currently living in. These little nuggets of escape, but while you're escaping with the humanity and these great performances and writing and directing, then you also you get some knowledge. Hi, my name is Steve Apostolina. I am the playwright of True Sound, zip code 91505. And if you want to find more about it, listen to this conversation. Well, I heard about it at the same time the rest of the lab heard about it. They were doing, because of COVID, they wanted to do something different. And I think Bill Brochtrup and Kitty Swink and Anna Rose O'Halloran came up with a very clever idea to do these zip code plays and do something different, because people were already very quickly getting Zoom fatigue. And so to do this kind of podcast drama, radio type play, I think was a great idea. So they put out a call to the lab members for pitches. And I didn't pitch, I just wrote a piece because I thought, I'll just write it. And I wrote it, and they chose 6 others. I think it was 6, just really, really good pieces in the first round. And then the second round, they chose this piece of mine called True Sound. And it was a great experience. It was a challenge. I'd never written for just the audio world in itself, but I'd been part of the audio world through voiceover for 25, almost 30 years. So it's a world I knew quite well. Like I said, I make my living doing voiceover, and I thought, I live in Burbank, and Burbank is probably home to, I don't know, I'm throwing out a number, but at least 60 and maybe 70% of the post-production houses that we use most often, and including places like Warner Brothers and we're close by Universal, and there's just so many post-production houses that happen here. And so I thought, well, a Hollywood story might be kind of interesting. And then I also thought about sound, because it was an audio play, and I thought, well, I don't want to do voiceover, but I thought Foley might be a good idea. And I'd been privy to a couple of Foley sessions. A couple of friends had brought me down to, I say down because sometimes they're often like in basements. And this studio happened to be in a basement, and I got to see how Foley was run. And I thought that might be a challenge, not only for me to write with all these sounds available, but to challenge our sound guru, Jeff Gardner. And he just did a magnificent job with all the sounds. I really challenged him with a variety of sounds, but incorporated it into the story. And so that was the inspiration, was to write from there. I don't want to have any spoilers, but I will tell you that it takes place on a late evening when they are working on a horror film called 13 Below. And the mixer, the person in the booth, Jazz, is working there. And there is a young lady who is coming in to be an apprentice to learn a bit about Foley from this old time guy who's been around for 40, 50 years named Ron. And I let's just say that it's a light piece that turns very dark. That's all I'll say. Have a listen, and then you'll find out. But it's quite interesting, and it incorporates the sound into the story. And the piece is called True Sound. Well, first of all, we had a director, Greg T. Daniel, and Greg has directed all over town, and actually was going to direct a full-length play of mine at one point, and then he got booked elsewhere and was unable to do it. But I'd wanted to work with him, and so he was on board. He read it and loved it. And he and I are almost exactly the same age. I'm about a month older than he is. And so our shorthand was really natural when we made references to certain iconic films or whatever, especially from our time period. We got each other right away. And so that was wonderful. He was very good with the actors. And the actors were just fantastic. Peter Van Norden plays the older man, and Cherish Monique Duke plays the mixer, and Emily Goss plays the woman who comes in to apprentice and learn. And we only had, I think, 2 total hours of rehearsal, but they worked so hard in that brief amount of time. And then you have to factor in that Jeff Gardner, the sound designer, Foley, everything sonically, he has to put his input in as well in these rehearsals to say, hey, have you thought about this? He does that ahead of time looking at the script. But once you read it and you can see, it's really quite a ballet of choreography to get this done in the amount of time that they did. And I was just flabbergasted. But the whole team was fantastic. And I was very fortunate to have them bring my words to life. The main difference to writing for live theater and for an audio play is that you have to, at least I have to, and I've only written one, so I'm speaking from a novice point of view, but in the audio play, you have to constantly pull yourself back and realize, okay, the audience is only hearing this. So all the information that can come with body language, with action, all of this has to be conveyed through the line and through the voice. And so there's a lot of things that you can do visually that you can't. And so you just have to, at least I did, I would close my eyes. I would read it to myself and record it and close my eyes and think, is this conveying what I'm trying to convey? And then, of course, certain things that you don't think of, that our sound guy, Jeff, would say, well, have you thought about this sound? Because they're in this room, so we need to establish this room. Or this is in the booth, so we need to establish they're in the booth. How does that sound different? What are the differences? So it's a bit of a challenge, but it was a lot of fun to do. I want them to, first and foremost, I want them to be involved in a great story. I want to put them on a ride. And then, like most of my pieces, I want to surprise them. And that's one of the things that I tend to do is I rarely, almost never write with an outline. And one of the reasons I do that is because as I write, I tend to surprise myself by going in a direction that I had no idea that's where it was going to go. And sometimes it's, just a treasure hunt and it's fruitless, but a lot of times you go in a direction that you don't think you had meant to go in the original concept, and you find gold. So I really want to take the audience on a ride. I want them to be involved with these characters, and I just want them to be surprised in a good way, and hope they come away thinking, wow, that was fun and entertaining. And I think that's one of the things I always try to do in my pieces. I love to have pieces where people will talk about the ending or the theme after the show, but also, most importantly, I want them to be entertained. If they're not entertained, they're not going to be interested in the piece. So it has to be entertaining. Hi, my name is Steve Apostolina. My zip code play, 91505, is called True Sound. And to find that and all the other zip code plays, go to antaeus.org. And under that, you can find the zip code plays. And I hope you come in and give a listen.